Hello, everybody. Little puzzled. I'm getting feedback today. Don't know why, but that's going to be really awkward because I don't really want to hear myself, especially with like a quarter of a second delay on it. Anyway, I'm not quite sure how to go about this. Let's see if I can poke this a little. I don't know why it's playing it at me. I knew there was something wrong the moment I could hear the music, but hearing myself is distinctly weird because it now makes me worry whether you'll hear a test message. Speakbot. I don't think you do. And I do hear myself quietly, so I'm going to pretend that I can't. So let's pin a message. So let's do that. Do some of that. It's really weird hearing myself. Why can I hear me? Let me see if I can do something with that volume mixer. Does that work? You still hearing that? I mean, obviously I won't know. But that seems to divert that to something. Oh, I don't know. As long as you can still hear music, that should be good. Because I'm not hearing me now, so hallelujah to that. Alright, let's do some stuff. So, yesterday we finished the square, and yesterday I had planned that I would take a break. So, we finished the square. I planned that I was taking a break. But then today's Friday, and today is the day that I kind of promised you I would do some more. So, let me show you this. This is what we made. This is where we're at. We have made square number 1. I have been advised an alternative to some of the knots. Well, you're still not, but how to finish the edge, maybe that last portion a little differently. Now, we nearly had another dog catastrophe today. It was not pleasant, but crisis averted. So, let's have a look at the pillow. So, on the pillow, as it stands, although seemingly rather wonky, but never mind, we have the original square that kind of formulated the idea. Now, underneath here, I have the square we made, and the triangle that we made when we were hating the spangles. So, just to give you a bit of an idea, there is the square that we have now made. It is slightly bigger. And here is the triangle, so you can pretend that there is like another triangle down here on the side. and it gives you a bit of an idea of how it's going to look. Obviously this is a pretty poor square for analogies, but you know, gives you a bit of an idea of. I made it a bit bigger so it fitted the window a little bit better, so this one is slightly irrelevant. But here we have the square that we made, and at a quick glance, I mean, it's not ridiculously obvious which was the corner we started at. By the way, it was this one. And, you know, it doesn't show from a short distance. I mean, it might show better on your screen than mine, actually, because of course I've got a 2-inch version of that. So, yeah, you can see it, but it's not, you know, if you take a step back, it's not, I mean, it could be better, but it could be worse, right? And weirdly enough, it is quite surprising the number of errors that leap out to you in this. So, there's one there, another there, another there, and another one there. Oh god, I just don't need that. But the truth of the matter is that for the most part, I'm really, really happy with how that turned out. I am pleased with that. I can't argue that I hate it for any particular reason. So I spent a lot of last night tidying up bobbins, and guess what? Now, one thing you have to do, especially with these pillows, is you have to move the pattern just a tiny bit so that you don't wear out the lace board, because, well, you will, if you do not do something appropriate to keep the pins from constantly going in the same places, or, you know, 0.1 of a millimetre off to the same places. It will wear out a spot in the board. So I moved it, and when I put the pins in, it didn't feel like that they were meeting their maker, so that was a good thing. My pot of pins. And I spent a lot of time. Let me show you this. So here is the top view, and I have 2 pairs of bobbins with a lot more on it, but I put a fair chunk more string, thread, whatever, on these ones, simply because we ran out last time. Now, I put about a third more on this time, so, and obviously with the 2 for the cloth stitch, I went nuts. I put about 5 times as much on. But we have now bobbins, and when we have bobbins and pins, we can start again. So we're going to put a pair of bobbins and a pair of bobbins. We're going to make them a lot longer. One thing I did do is I managed to, I don't know quite how I managed to do it, but I still managed to do it, which was, see, you've come off, you bugger. When tying up these bobbins, I got to the end of, you've come off as well, you see, this is why I hate you trying to use the nooks at the end of these things. Just trying to be so nice and use the end of the nooks as they should be. I got all the way, I'd wound my bobbin, did that. Guess what? The thread broke. What a waste. Anyway, it is time to start from the beginning. One thing I think I will do slightly different on this square is when we get to the, why is that such a hole? There you go. When we get to the rose ground, I'm going to put a pin in the middle here. In fact, I shall, or, you know, make some holes almost now. Reason being, I should probably use my pricker, but there we go. Reason being, when it comes to the end, the ends had flattened, and that's part of what makes it more obvious that it's not right. It makes it, well, not that it's not right, that makes it look like it's not right, is because the first square has flattened, and the point of the square has disappeared. As a result of which, it makes it look so much, it makes it look different to the rest of it. So, we're not going to do that. We're going to make sure that it stays square and pointy. So, you'll see. Let me just check I have got the right thing. We do, that's a good thing. So, before we do that, need another one of those. My dogs will be slightly annoying because the man who cuts my grass is here. I did tell him that this started at 2 o'clock and he had to have finished the back by then, because that was over an hour ago. So what did he do? He said, yeah, I'll start at the back and then start at the front. So the dogs can now see him and whine at him, and so are annoyed. Because that's what they do best. Annoying dogs. And you've just come off, you annoying bobbin. See, this is why I hate these things. Right. Amy, don't whine. If he rings the doorbell, I'm going to ignore him. I told him that too. I did consider using fatter pins for the start. Just so that you can get the stupid thing through the stupid hole. And it is really tempting. But I'm not going to. I'm going to be a good girl. And I'm going to try and not. It's not like we haven't got more squares we're going to make later. So we change our mind for next time. Yes. So yes, it's Friday. It is that time of the week. The weekend hath started here. Now, I mentioned I spent last night and some of this morning, winding bobbins, and it takes a surprisingly long time to wind bobbins. Deceptively long, but as weavers will tell you, the prep work often takes longer than the actual doing, because you've got to, you're trying to measure things out and do all of that, and where unlike, say, knitting or crochet, where you just pick up a ball of wool and get on with it, obviously because we've got, in this case, 98 like concurrent threads kind of thing doing their thing, it is a little harder, because obviously you've got to chop it up into 98 threads. Now, you may recall that I had quite a fat roll of cotton thread yesterday, and it was looking, and I pointed out I bought some more, so, no need to panic. But as of today, it's looking kind of skinny. It's had a serious weight loss in filling out these bobbins. Now, I'm hoping this means I seriously went overboard and overfilled the bobbins by a lot. But at the same time, the middle ones do not have to be anything like as full as they are. But certainly these edge ones certainly needed a lot more. We didn't have to redo too many bobbins, so in some ways I wasn't that far out. But I decided to add a bit more so that I had a bit more room at the end. And when I say I added a bit more, I think I added a metre of things, so it was kind of a third more. But a metre's not actually that much. Obviously it's 100 metres when you multiply it up kind of thing. Well, it will take a bit by all the bobbins, but that's right, these two have mated together. There we go. Yes. Thank you for that, Amy. I'm sure the world feels so much better hearing you trying to hack up a fur ball or whatever that was. Hi, Browntown. I just wanted, if you could you tell me if you can hear me and if you hear music, please? Helps if you type in the message box. Don't know why the mic would be fuzzy. Not entirely sure of that. The reason I ask is because when I first started the stream, for some very odd reason, the music was playing in my ear, and it doesn't normally. So clearly it had a bit of a thing, and has reset some things without my permission, because interestingly enough I never told it the music not to play in my ear, but I also was hearing an echo of me, and now I'm not. So, and all I did was divert the music, so a bit confused by that. So I'm not quite sure what's going on, but for some reason it reset everything and hates me, which is nice of it, as I'm sure you can imagine. So I don't know why the mic would be different, because as far as I know, that's all the same. Looks the same from this end, and that's of course half the problem, is it looks the same from this end, but it could be telling me it's sending you sound, and of course it might not be. So yeah. So I don't know why it might be fuzzy. Yeah, I don't know. haven't changed any settings except for the fact that I diverted the music off to a sound device so that I didn't have to. Well, I don't mind listening to the music, but listening to myself with like half a second delay was really weird. And I don't know why there'd be a half second delay either, but there was. Especially as I'm not actually listening to anything other than your voices being read to me, so... Normally I've got something in my ear, so... I always appreciate people saying hello. It's nice, I like that. Well, I hope you have a good time. I assume you're probably working. That'd be a sensible thing to do. Well, if it's any consolation, on a Friday, part of the reason I can do this in Friday afternoon is because I start at 7 o'clock on a Friday, not 8 o'clock, and we only have to do 5 hours. Hey, Naughty Cow, it's okay, we forgive you. That's okay. You're always welcome. Yeah, I mean, I my working hours on a Friday are generally 7 till 12, so I get to do this on a Friday afternoon. But like you say, at 7 o'clock in the morning, it's not usually busy, kind of irrelevant of what you do, so unless you work in a hospital, it's not usually busy, so I'm sure there are some jobs where it's really busy at 7 o'clock in the morning, but not where I work. Which is a good thing, because it means you get stuff done. And you haven't really missed much, Naughty Cow. Not really. Adding one bobbin is the same as adding any other, so... Bad doggy. Well, we nearly had another dog catastrophe, and you have no idea how much my heart stopped earlier. So, the dog raided my shit pile. We've spoken of my shit pile. It just kind of went for a trample through it, really, but it went through my shit pile. But it also disrupted other things in the room for no obvious reason. And imagine the look on my face when, having tidied up various things from the shit pile that had gone for a walk around the room, I get up to go and get a drink and go for a bit of a pee to make sure I'm, biologically ready for this. And what do I see on the floor? I see this, lying on the floor, in the doorway. And my brain goes, oh my God, you better not have, trampled that into your mucky dog paw infested walkway. Because, to be fair, my carpet is pale and my dogs don't wipe their feet. So, and I was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And then I realised it is the original one, not the one we've just finished. But at the same time, I kind of I'm going to panic. So, yeah, the dog's in the doghouse, but just for you, Naughty Cat, there you go. There is the finished object. I did trim the strings off stream, but that is literally all I did. So, because I wanted to see it finished. Oh, Amy, shut up. And I can see lots of errors in it, but if I mix it with the triangle of testing, if I put that here, gives you an idea of what the final net curtain is going to have a bit of a view like. And I'm cool with that. I mean, is it perfect? Maybe not. But I think it could be a lot worse. And, slightly disappointed with quite so many errors in this, but I'm going to make some more soon. So, it's, there's no point pretending it's going to be perfect. So, because one of the things I do have to remind people is I have not really been making lace that long. In terms of years, yes, I made lace some 40-something years ago, but I have not been making lace for 40 years. It's more like 2 months, so, don't expect everything off me. I'm only human. I've always had the ability to pick crafty things up pretty well, and take to them like I've been doing them a really long time. So, if we ever believed in kind of past memory leakage into, being handed down through biology and all that kind of weird stuff, I can believe that, because clearly I was a crafter in a former life. Because I almost can do it before I try, if that makes some sense. That's right, I've got a thing that's appeared on my screen and I don't know what it means. Okay, whatever. Anyway, so dog's going nuts because I think he's finished out the back, and don't ring the doorbell is all I'll say to that. Right, so then if he does, I'm going to ignore him, as I told him I would. So yes, I am fairly green in all of this. Now, one lady did say to me, because I posted it online, of course, one lady has said to me, rather than just knotting as I have and then chopping the ends off, to sew them in. Now, my fear with trying to sew them in is that, well, there's quite a lot of ends, and surely it will make it quite bulky. And she said, well, when you chop it, they'll want to go in two separate directions. Yeah. But when you've got the rose ground squares where you've got 2 pairs of bobbins, you've got, 8 bits of thread. Instead of 2 pairs of bobbins meeting together, it's 4, sorry. You've kind of got 8 bits of thread then. That's a lot to try and be hiding amongst, very thin, fragile little squares. So I'm not convinced entirely by that. But maybe the knot and chop is okay there, but maybe for the more ground areas, sewing it in can work. But I just think it's going to be bulky and will show, and I'm going to kill these dogs for whining in a minute, because even he's beginning to whine, and that's kind of impressive because he doesn't normally make noises. But ads. Ads will be starting any second. Oh, thank you for the follow. We like follows. Thank you for joining me. Everybody's welcome, and all questions are welcome, which is more to the point. I have to say, the YouTube videos are getting a lot more views than I thought they might. I'm not sure people watch a huge amount of the videos, but I am seemingly getting quite a few people watching the YouTube videos. So, it's nice to feel seen. And there is some interest. Doggages. Can we make less noise? Wow, thank you for the raid. Welcome to the channel, everybody. Welcome, everybody. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you for following, guys. So Chaotic Cyber 182 and Cats and Jammer. Thank you very much for following. I have to say, TM, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce names because I'm really kind of dyslexic and a bit crap. And Rhythmic Game Rate, thank you for the follow. So, 10M31, lace making is not as hard as you might think. So, for example, it is made of two, and I literally mean two. T's good. I'm good with T. I can pronounce that. So, lace making is made with two movements. Cross, which is left over right, and twist, right over left. That's it. That's the entirety of lace making. Now, like knitting, it becomes you either poke this leg, wrap and pull, or poke that leg, wrap and pull. And same with crochet, poke, wrap and pull. And where you poke, how many wraps and how much poking you do. But lace making is literally cross and twist. And a lot of it. Well, I actually was talking about that the other day, is that if you think, I mean, obviously, back when some idiot invented, well, I say idiot, some genius invented this, you think, obviously, we didn't have computers, we didn't have fancy machinery, we didn't have a lot of things. And it was made, obviously, primarily for stupidly rich people. But the truth and reality of it is that we wonder why people thought they were witches, right? Because obviously, much as many of us would love to believe that Charmed and Harry Potter and you can go Expelliarmus and, you know, things fly out of their hands and all this kind of stuff, Accio would be a glorious thing, would it not? Accio, the thing in the kitchen that I can't be bothered to go and get. I mean, seriously, wouldn't that be glorious? But witchcraft, to that extent, does not exist. But there was something back then that people thought, oh yeah, it's, so we laugh at the idea of it being witchcraft, right? Because we know that it's humanly done. But back in... Well, exactly. I mean, do you know what? That's about one of the few things I missed about. But I struggle with as being single, because I am single. I'm an old fart. I'm single. I divorced my husband, and well, I live alone with two very whiny, annoying dogs. And much as they love me and I love them, their ability to, I don't know, go and get a drink or a biscuit or doesn't appear to be highly plausible. They will go and get various things, but not necessarily the thing I ask for. And usually only when it's in their interest. So it's not very good at that. Well, exactly. And well, actually, they eat a lot of things that they shouldn't even be eating. So we've had a few dog catastrophes. I know, it's disappointing, isn't it? Yeah, husbands can do that, but at least at the same time you can have a conversation with them. And so, for your interest, guys, obviously you're coming in for square number 2. Here is square number 1. So this is square number 1. We finished this one yesterday, and we're making like 17 more of them. Hence, we have the little thing in the top right-hand corner. Now, if I zoom in on it a bit, let me change my screen a little bit so that I can zoom in just a little bit. So, as you can tell, I'm kind of starting in a corner like this, and this is called Torchon ground. The kind of lace I'm doing is called Torchon. Basically, everyone kind of invented their own version, because of course they didn't have the internet to share, but most lace has an awful lot of commonality, so this is called ground, and every kind of lace kind of has a ground to it, and it's pretty much the same stuff. Some have more twists, some don't. Some actually have 4 pairs of bobbins meeting. Oh my god, I'm just not going there in a hurry. This is cloth stitch, because funny enough, well, I'm pointing a bit you can't really see. This bit is cloth stitch. I do apologise. I do speak fairly clearly, or at least I thought I did, but the subtitles do seem to be... Yes. It would be, but yes, it's this is called cloth stitch because it gives you the very familiar sign that you get with cloth, which is the ovary, undery kind of thing. And so that's called cloth stitch, and this little bit is called rose ground because it makes kind of like a circly rose in the middle of a little square. And I kind of like this one a lot, but I didn't want to do too much because, well, I couldn't do it at the edges because then you can't really do half squares with it. So I decided that I would have like the inner bit here being rose ground, and I did originally simplify it because the inspiration for that was this one. this was the original square that I made following somebody else's pattern, and I had to move lots of things to make it fit. But these are honeycombs, but they have like a stitch in between them. Didn't like that so much. There, what looks like little kind of mistakes here. They're not actually mistakes, they are deliberate, and I don't like them either. These are called spiders, and I don't like spiders. I've decided that I don't hate spiders, I just don't like spiders. And as I need to make... The short answer to that is like everything. You can buy the Great and Glorious, and buy super expensive crap, because, well, you can spend a lot of money on buying expensive crap. If you go to eBay, for example, you can find single bobbins up to £30. I am not paying £30. This pattern currently takes me, sit down, 98 bobbins, right? As a result of needing 98 bobbins, there is no way on God's green acres that I am going to pay £30 a bobbin, because just not, right? These were less than £1 each. This is fine. To get started, do you know what you... You do know that when I finish this one, my plan is to make one in one piece. Now, bear in mind, for the square, if you look at the square that I've got here, what you do is you work this triangle here, so you fill in this bit, then you turn it and you work this triangle, then you turn it and work this triangle, and then you turn it and work this triangle. Think about that. So I'm only making, at most, half the width of the square, and that's 98 bobbins. I plan, please someone call the sanatorium, to make a net curtain, which will be 43 centimetres wide by about 97 centimetres long, in one piece. That will be, for want of a less slightly polite word for it, a shit ton of bobbins. Now, I do intend to make it in slightly bigger thread, actually substantially bigger thread, so there'll be less bobbins per inch, right? But the truth of the... Yeah, it's... I mean, don't get me wrong. I fear for my sanity just doing this, but I have plans, and I've got a pillow for it and everything. I've got more bobbins. I've got... I've always been a bit go large or go home. I mean, there's no point making a bookmark, right? Mainly because I've got a Kindle. So... Thank you for the follow, Druidcraft Crochet. So, I mean, let's put it this way. I learnt to crochet. I made one doily. It was ugly. The next thing I made was a jumper. The next thing I made was a king-size blanket. And that was by about the end of the week. So, I have a habit of large... and leaping in, because, well, if you can do one stitch, you can do a billion. Right? It's no more complicated, really, than that. It's just size. And for me, lace especially, I am not a lacy girl. I am not a pink and fluffy girl. I am not a lacy girl. I am a tomboy. I sit before you, not that you can see, but I sit before you wearing, rather infamously, a beige jumper. By the way, that's why in my avatar I'm wearing a beige jumper, because I'm always wearing a beige jumper. Except in brief moments of summer, I am wearing a beige jumper. And I've got about... I actually bought another one. I think I bought another 2 of these now. One of them certainly comes, so I've got about 10 now. They all look basically identical. I just really like them. So I live in beige jumpers, and, well, technically they're a man's jumper. Why? Well, because I like them. And so, and I've got man's trousers on, because unlike women's clothing, for all the women out there who will vouch for this, you can't buy online knowing what size you are, because your size basically is a fictitious number. And so, rather than go through all the stress and strain of buying, 5 different sizes and sending one back, Oh God, and the pockets, of course, the pockets, right? That was, but with men's clothing, you measure your waist, you measure your butt, you decide which one's kind of the worst aspect. In my case, my bum, because I'm a bit fat. And then you buy appropriately fat trousers, and guess what? They fit. It's kind of a miracle. And of course, men do the different length of leg. So, okay, I'm not 6'2" because I'm a girl. I am 5'7", however. So I can't class as a short bloke, but I still count. And so I buy men's stuff because, well, it's cheaper, it's easier, and as Cats and Jammer has very rightly pointed out, it has frickin' pockets. I mean, I'm sitting here and I haven't actually got a lot in my pockets. Where is she? Cover her eyes. I, however, do have this in my pocket. And it kind of lives in my pocket, and I can still put 2 phones in there, and some car keys, and other stuff. That's okay. I'm very happy to see you. You're always welcome. I do try and stream every day. Occasionally I may skip one, but because I want to get this made, because if it took me a month per square, I've got to do 18 months of it. So the sooner I get it done, the sooner we get to look, right? And I do have time off in December, so December there will be more streams, because what I will probably do during December, I say December, I'm off from the end of the 5th, so there'll be an evening 5th stream, and then on the 6th, which is a Friday, there'll be this stream, because this is my guaranteed stream. This is, originally I was like, I'm not sure how much after work I'm going to do, because obviously it depends on what's going on at work and how much stress and crap you've had during the day. But from the 6th, I will do this one, and then possibly another one in the evening, so that I can have food and do dog things. And then, obviously, throughout the rest of December, I will try and do at least a morning stroke afternoon one and an evening one. So, maybe 3, depending on how early I get up. Don't plan on that, but you know how it is. But it is... So, yes, you are always welcome to lurk. Everyone's welcome to lurk. I'm just really happy to have people to come and see me. My biggest fear when I started doing this is that part of me says this is not a spectator sport. And I was a little bit... to be honest, I started doing this to document for myself. In part because I fear for my sanity. And that next time the brain cells... Now, I need to explain this to all the nice new people. I am not schizophrenic. I've never been declared schizophrenic. Maybe that's more to the point. However, my brain cells kind of wake up one day sometimes and kind of go, hey, I've got this really cool idea. I want to. And over the years, it's, it's not like, I need to go and burn houses down or anything like that. But it is... I've woken up with this crafting idea that you've never thought of, mentioned, never, and now it's the only thing on my mind. So, for example, must be nearly 20 years ago now, I woke up one Saturday morning and my brain went, I want to crochet. Okay, brain, where did that come from? You've never seen someone crochet? I mean, you know that there is crocheting, but you've never seen it. You've never tried it. It was absolutely adamant. So I went on eBay, ordered some stick and a string, because there was someone selling, matching pairs, so it was the right size for the string. And when it arrived, but a few days later, off I went. And I did thoroughly enjoy it. I then bust my knee, and my brain cells went, Liz, yes, brain cells, I want to double knit. But brain, you don't like knitting. You hated knitting because of how mother taught you to knit. And frankly, it was everything that you hated in the entire universe. Yeah, but I want to double knit because that's pretty on both sides and makes nice pictures and things. Yes, brain, but it's knitting. We don't have stuff for knitting. Well, yeah, but you've got some yarn for crochet. Right, but I don't have any knitting needles, Brain. But you could buy some. Well, yeah, I could, Brain, but okay. And then, I know, just before 2020, so it must have been 2018, 2019, Brain woke up with, Liz, yes, Brain, I want to weave. So I kind of, I prefer to sort of view it as a bit like the devil on my shoulder kind of brain cells, but it is like there's someone else in there with stupid ideas. And part of the reason this is a curtain, historically, as I mentioned, I woke up a little while ago with the, hey, I want a double knit. So I made a scarf. Turned out pretty good. I was very happy with that. And then I made a king-size bedspread. I was happy with that too, although for me it weighs a bit. Because of course it would. And I was kind of like, okay. And then my brain went, Liz, yes, Brain, if you used really tiny yarn, I'm talking like, stuff you use for weaving yarn, you could knit a curtain in double knitting. Well, yes, Brain, I could. And then I worked out that it was something like, 4,000 stitches for the short side. And basically I've refused my brain this idea. And ever since then, it's all my brain brings up. Every time it kind of looks at a window, it goes, you could have knit a double knitting thing for that by now. Yes, Brain. And I'd be in a sanatorium with my little hug me jacket. And no. And so here I am doing lace making, which is actually worse than double knitting. So, but the window I am doing it for is smaller than the one my brain had in mind for the double knitting curtain. So the window I have in mind is what I call a single window. So it is one opening and it's not very wide. It's only 43 centimetres wide. The window that my brain has in mind for the double knitting thing, and bear in mind it still occasionally mentions it, is 3 windows wide. And, well, so you would work from, say, left to right. It does, actually. But if you think back to, back to the kind of time when lace making and things were involved, the posh people, not that I'm posh, because, well, I work for a living, so, no, but the posh people of the world, rich lady did spend summer afternoons doing embroidery in the garden. Don't you just kind of wish in some ways there was a bit of that now? I'm not necessarily talking embroidery, but there's nothing wrong with embroidery, but, embroidery is not, doesn't float my boat so much. I have done lots of sewing, so I did patchworking, and I went large. So the first one I made was a double bed spread sized thing in black, red and white that gave me a migraine looking at it. In fact, it was where I discovered I had migraines. And then I made a double-sided one that was like 8 foot square. So, and I did it all by hand. None of this machine stuff. No. Every last stitch done by my own fair paw. And to the point I dug a hole in my finger. It literally split the skin and stripped it. Which was not good. Didn't appreciate that so much. But it also, sit down, only took me 6 months to do both sides. I did kind of obsessively do it in that I would get home, get my pile of hexagons, and just go for it. I did it in the English paper piecing variety, but without the paper. Now, that sounds really kind of bonkers, but it is a lot of waste of paper. It's a lot of waste of effort because, of course, you sew the thing to the piece of paper, and then you kind of take the piece of paper and you sew the things together, and then you take the piece of paper out after a while and have to undo the tacking bit, and so you sew it twice. What's the point? When the simple answer is, you know how far from the edge because the hexagons are all the same size, just sew where you're supposed to. So I did. And it's a lot quicker that way, I will point out. So I did that, and that was definitely a thing. And I have been thinking about doing some more of it. My brain's been kind of going, can we do some patchwork? Brain, you've kind of got like 20 years of projects lined up already. Where exactly are you thinking, well, can't we do it as well? Brain, you have a job to hold down. You can't just do this and I don't have like 100 hours a day. There are, first of all, only 24. You require to sleep a decent number of them or you get really annoyed. So, I kind of need you to be wise here. So you've got a job for 8 hours, Monday to Friday kind of thing. Admittedly not Fridays, but we only do 5 hours on a Friday. But we've done more than that Monday to Thursday, so we can have the time on Friday. But you've only really got evenings, Friday afternoon, Saturday and Sunday. So you can only plan for those hours. And, well, you require food, you require clothes, you require, all these other things. So there are things you must do that are not possible to be skipped out on. And so to that point, it's a nice idea, but some of that time is already spoken for. You have to allocate time for that. That's right, this one's got a bit stuck. There we go. And it's kind of like, yeah, but I really want to do it. I know you do, Brain. I really, really do. But right now, there are not, unless you retire, which we can't afford to do, there are not enough days for us to do this. So, yeah, it would be nice to, kind of, as you say, have a sanatorium where you could kind of craft all day. But then they wouldn't let you have pins and needles and things, I wouldn't imagine. So, probably not. But it would be kind of nice. Just kind of, well, just to retire and be able to do it, all the time would be good. But of course the other thing is, and I'm not going to pretend that it was as simple as this, but back in the day, of course, there were housewives. You didn't, as a woman, I would not necessarily have had to work, as in a job. If I could get all the housework done, I could spend it doing things of my choosing. Yeah, of course, then the duties were not split round both halves of a marriage, and it assumes you're married, of course. But it, I think I was born in the wrong time. I definitely think I was born in the wrong time. I'm not sure I would want to do this as my job, though. And I think that's true of a lot of things, is that you can really enjoy doing them, but when you suddenly have to achieve so much a week or a month or whatever, that it takes the fun out of it. Now, obviously, I want to achieve a decent amount of this, a day, a week, whatever, because I want to get to the end of it to see the end product. But at the same time, if, for example, I hurt my hand and can't do any for a week, doesn't matter. It's like, it is for me, so if it takes a week, month longer, or a month longer, it really doesn't matter. Whereas if you're doing it for someone else and they're waiting on it, well, that makes it harder, and it makes it more important that these knots are getting on my nerves. It becomes important that you do at least so much a day, whether you're fit for it or not. And, these days there'd be late fees, there'd be, all this kind of stuff. So, I wouldn't want to do it for a job, I don't think. But at the same time, it would have been fun, but I think I'd resent it if I had to do it day in, day out for a job. Because you can just imagine, I finished doing this net curtain after, what would probably likely be, as much as a year or more. I mean, let's say if I do 1 square a month, which is kind of roughly where I think we're at, I think it's about 3 weeks it's taken. Well, then it's going to be 18 months. What if someone says I want one for every window of a house? That's the rest of my life. I don't want to do that. Plus, they're not going to want to wait for the rest of my life for me to finish it anyway. So it's not, it wouldn't be practical. Someone has talked of commissioning me a couple of times to make a net curtain for them. And it was really bizarre because I'd been planning to make this and had been doing some experiments to decide exactly what I wanted it to look like. And the moment they saw that I did some lace making, their first comment was, maybe we could commission you to do a net curtain. It's like, of all the things, it's not generally what you make lace for. Lace is for decorating garments or doilies or wall decorations at best. Bookmarks is common. Maybe coasters. I've never actually heard of someone having a bobbin lace net curtain. But it was really weird that this person, their first thought was also a net curtain. Now, the net curtain for me is about the only place I can imagine in my house having lace without feeling a little bit weird about it. Because I'm not a lacy person. But it just seemed really weird that that was someone else's thought somehow. So yes. I just do imagine a lot of visit, I do imagine the little men in coats coming to, kind of give me my hug me jacket and feed me, yummy flavoured whatever. There's a line in The Librarian and I can't remember now, and it was something like, I can't remember the name of the drug, but I hear it comes in vanilla now. And it's kind of like, I can kind of picture that, that sounds like me right now. So, because as you can see, we're not even 15 pairs of bobbins in, and it's getting crowded, right? So when all the bobbins are on here, it is pretty crowded. Which does make it complicated, because they get in each other's way. And finding the pinholes is also a challenge. These pins are horrific. I hate these pins. It's hard to truly explain quite why I hate them as much as I do, other than we all remember, if you're old enough, you remember Uri Geller used to bend spoons on TV. Well, you only have to say Uri Geller and half these pins have tied themselves in a knot. It's really easy not to. I know that sounds kind of surprising, but it's actually really easy not to. It's really easy to know where you're at. Let me put this pin in and finish this stitch. Well, yeah, I mean, these pins are made of literally nothing. Bear in mind, I do both inches and centimetres, and I change rather rapidly between them, because I tend to think of inches and stuff for short distances, meters for longer distances, but once you get long enough, it's a mile. I don't do kilometres, I don't really, I know what a kilometre is, but my brain doesn't picture that, so my brain's slightly screwed up in that matter, but that's due to my age, because my parents did inches and school did centimetres, but only for the point of mathematics. It didn't actually use them in any other term. So if you were doing cooking, you needed 2 ounces of this and a pint of that, but you were taught about grams and kilograms and millilitres, and then the moment you needed anything, it was actually in the old one. So we did a lot of that. But here's how you tell where you're at. The simplest answer is, the highest point there's a pinhole that you have not done is where you're aiming. Now, as you will see when we get to the cloth stitch bit here, when I get to the cloth stitch bit, I can either start on this or do a little bit of that, and then, but I kind of have to do this because it feeds into that, which then feeds into that. So you kind of work downwards, but you kind of also work in a direction. Now, you can work this way. Choice is yours. Usually dominant hand kind of wins. But because I'm working on a triangle that kind of grows to the right, I kind of keep that momentum as a whole. But for example, when we were finishing, I got to say to this kind of halfway point here, I could do this bit, do this bit, do this bit, or do all of this bit, tie these bobbins off and sling them and have 5 less pairs of bobbins on the pillow, which is what I did. Then I did kind of this bit, and then this bit, and then this bit, and then this bit to sling a bunch more bobbins out the thing. And so it is, you have some choices, but in short, the highest pinhole that you have not worked is where you are most likely are at. And what you do is determined by the pretty picture on the piece of paper. So it is kind of easy to know where you're at. Now, in saying that, there are variations. So if another lace maker took over this piece of work and saw what I've got here, if they did not look at, say, square number 1, they may choose to do some of these bits differently. So instead of doing cloth stitch, they might do half stitch. They might do rose grounds with more twists in them. They might do a different ground stitch. But the general overall aesthetic would be the same. And this is kind of how it goes. And so there is some choice, but there isn't actually a lot of choice, because I can't just do this bit or this bit. I have to wait till there are all the bobbins to feed into it. So to do this bit here, I have to have these ones on the right that are going to come in that way, and these ones from the left that come into the top. Without them, I cannot do that bit. So you can't do that, you can't do this, you can't do that. So you boil it down, and the only thing you can do is, at this point, is this line. So you do. It is. I think this is like a lot of things. Until it's yours and you've got it in front of you and you're doing it, it is easy to feel overwhelmed and boggled by the fact that there's 50,000 pins, 19 billion bobbins, and just expect that it's confusing, when the reality is that if you look as a whole, so if I take this pair of bobbins, its natural progression is to this pinhole, so that tells you where it's going to be used. It's not really a choice, that's where it's going. And back to the question of things to make it, and I'm sorry I got sidetracked from that. So things to start, you do not need to spend a fortune. When my brain cells woke up one morning with this desperate urge, all I bought was I've kind of buried them, I think. Hang on. No, I buried them. Dolly pegs. Dolly pegs that look a lot like these. They have a slight kind of bulbous top with a body, but they have like a U-shaped slit with 2 legs at the bottom for stonking over clotheslines. I bought a shitload of those off Amazon because you can buy them excessively cheap. I had some thread because, well, I sew other things, so I had a bit of thread. You do not have to be prim and prissy over the thread that you use. It's not like it's got to be silk. This is cotton, but you can use polyester stuff. You can use anything. Technically, you can use wool too, but obviously it's usually going to be a bit fat for the average bit of lace. But you need some pins. You need something flat. Now I have. Can I get to it easily? I thought I put it there. So, oh, there it is. Hang on. Go get this. This is my favourite lace pillow. And do you know what it is? This is the back of it. It is a polystyrene cooler lid that I glued a number of Amazon envelopes to for a little bit of extra strength so it didn't snap in half. I pinned on a bit of felt, which you can't really see because it's kind of off screen. Pinned on a bit of felt and put a blue cloth over it. The reason the blue cloth is generally done is because it's quite, blue is a calming thing on your mind. And it's also dark and you can see what the hell you're doing. That was it. Off I could go. I could make any lace I wanted with that. Now, since then, I bought a laminator so I could laminate my pieces of paper so they last longer. Because obviously if I'm going to make 18 of these blessed things, I didn't really want to print one out. So, I mean, to give you an idea, let me find you what I bought on Amazon with the dolly pegs so that I'm quite clear, so you understand that, you know, we are talking really quite cheap shit. Wooden dolly pegs. Okay. Hang on. Browser. Where's the properties? Oh, you've eaten the properties. Hang on. Fine. Properties. Find the page. Thank you. Here we go. So, it's looking a bit wonky, but if I transition to this, it's looking a little wonky. Bear with me 1 second. Pegs it, that's because it's showing a video for some reason. But if you look, for example, these are dolly pegs. I bought these, and these were £14 for 100 of the buggers. So, well, that's enough to make this. I mean, they are a bit big. But if you've got man hands like I do, they weren't that... They're not... I mean, they're bigger than these, the ones on my pillow, but not hugely. You know, they're not unmanageable. And so you tie the... You wind the bobbin, the thread round kind of like the bit above the slit. You do your little knot over the... underneath the kind of head of it all, so it's kind of under here, and all you need then is some pins, and frankly any shitty pins will do, especially for your first piece because it's going to look a little like cat bath anyway. So, you know, let's not pretend it's going to be the Sistine Chapel of lace making. It's going to be a bit of cat bath. It's going to twist up a bit. It's going to have a few mistakes to it, but you'd be surprised. And so I made quite a few things with those until I got an order of bobbins to come in. But you don't need fancy. As I said, my favourite pillow, this is not my favourite pillow. The only reason I have this one is because I've got, well, if I move these slightly, these come out and you can slide things up and down. But the truth of the matter is that I actually prefer my cooler lid pillow than this one. It just feels nicer. Frankly, it just feels, well, it's a bit like how a Mercedes is made compared to a Ford. Both do a perfectly good job, but Mercedes just has a slight more quality to it. But did you know it's cheaper to replace a car door on a Mercedes than it is on a Ford? So it is that kind of thing, is that, and this feels a little wonky somehow. So let me undo this. Why are you feeling wonky? Why are you feeling wonky? Something is wonky. And this is the problem with sometimes things feel wonky and it's not always obvious why. And the answer is you undo it by undoing the things that you did to do it, and we work out what the hell I did. I think I know what I did, but looking at it now, but I'm not entirely sure. So You have a twist, that's fine. You have a twist. I didn't actually start with the right thing. I didn't put the pin in the right place and you got kind of carried away. So that goes in there. Right. And then we finish that one. But it is... So you don't need anything more fancy than that to start. You really, really don't. You can learn all the stitches. You can learn all the different types, because there are... While I say there are different types, like everything, there's because lace was made in different places, people have their, different places have kind of trademark signature bits. Some of them are better than others. Where did my pins go? I moved the box out the way so I didn't catapult them around the world. That was good of me. Because I'm very good at throwing pins on the floor. So you don't need exciting, complicated expensiveness. Now on the flip side, you can buy stupidly complicated, expensive... I mean, part of me, the kind of like snobby, want to have the best of everything kind of bit, the bit that we all secretly live for. You want the big one, the best one, the nicest one. You can spend a lot of money, but you don't need to. You really, really don't need to. And it is a important thing, because obviously a lot of times beginners see, people with their, very big lace cushions or very fancy patterns, and, they've got, piles of bobbins everywhere. We'll get to the piles of bobbins later, because obviously, well, I've got 98 bobbins to fit on here, so there'll be piles of bobbins later. But you see all of that, and that there's, and there are little tools to help. So, for example, I have this. This is a pin pusher. It's got a little kind of divoted metal bit, and what you do is you put it over pins like this, and you plonk them down so that you protect the edge of your work, but you can then pull out the pins that you can pull out, because you can pull pins out later. And you plonk them all down, and then you bend them, which is what usually happens with these pins, because they're made out of nothing. And I can't actually see any of them, because they are that thin. I can barely see them because of the light. And so you pump them down like this. And then what you can do is you can start pulling out pins from further back. I don't tend to do that. I don't tend to pull the pins out. So I would pull these pins out when I've made these sections, because there's no way I'm going back that far. So it's kind of more of that effect than anything else. But so you need a fair few pins, but any pin will do. You do not have to have the world's skinniest pins like these. You can have chubby pins. And in fact, there is a huge part of me currently regretting not using chubby pins, because these do bend literally, as I say, by mentioning the word pin or Urigella. 12 of them tie themselves in a knot, and you're sitting there scowling. But you don't need to spend a lot of money. And there are patterns online. You can use square paper to plot out the corners. So Torchon lace works at makes squares. So these are squares at a 45-degree angle. If you do, is it Buck's Point? Buck's Point you need a 60 degrees, so obviously you need different paper for that. But the reality is that Torchon is usually one people start with, because you can literally start for next to nothing. And should there be demise of my favourite lace cushion, well, next time I order a bunch of Cornish pasties, they'll be sending me another one, because it comes in a polystyrene cooler. So I can always glue a few more Amazon envelope bits and chunks of cardboard to the bottom as a bit of strength, in case of dog paws, was more to the point. But it means that if it's on a table and then there's a bit, because this has got a round thing which is quite sportive, I've got another one which is H-shaped, so there's kind of where these removable sections are here. There are you know, there would be no support underneath. So if you leant on it or something, maybe it would fracture after a while and get a bit grumpy. So hence I thought I'd give it a bit of support by gluing a few. I used some hot glue and just kind of, or did I? No, I think I used a load of PVA glue and glued it all to the bottom, just to give it a bit of strength. But you don't have to, but it helps. So all you really need is a piece of polystyrene. It doesn't have to be a cooler lid, it just happens to be a really good size, in my humble opinion. You can buy some, you could, you know, get some with your TV or whatever, you know. It doesn't have to come from anywhere exciting, it's not special. And in fact, this is supposed to be hardened stuff, and it is harder. If I squeeze my one, it's got a bit more give to it. But this one doesn't. This one feels a bit. Well, it almost feels cheap, but it's actually more expensive, and it's hard to explain. But I just prefer the way that one feels, and I don't know whether it's because I made it. I just really like my cooler lid one. To the point I actually considered swapping over to the cooler lid to do this. But part of the reason I bought this one is because this middle piece also lifts up. And in theory you can rotate it and not the whole board, which is what I do. And yeah, I can't be bothered. Because when you've got 100 bobbins hanging up, well, I know it's 98, but yeah, rounding up, 100 bobbins hanging off the end. Do you really want all those dangling bobbins, which will then, of course, mate and tie themselves in knots? Or do you just turn the board? I'll turn the board. Let's just turn the board. So that's what I did. And what I expect to be doing from here on out. Because, well, you know, I'm a creature of habit. So you don't have to do anything expensive with it. But you can also spend a vast fortune and buy all the things. So, you know. You don't need a pin pusher. Fingers work quite well. You don't need a pin thing to lift pins. If you have remotely a nail on any one finger, that'll work. You can also use other things. I have these. I lovingly call them sticks. So randomly you'll hear me shout stick. When I shout stick, what it means is I'm going to put some bobbins in one of these needle holders. So you grab a bunch like this and then you stick them on and it holds them together. So if I do this, so now they all kind of wander together and they don't escape. So that's a stick. Pair of scissors. You do not need the most exciting pair of scissors, because frankly you only cut it at the end, so and right at the very beginning. So from that point of view, in fact, we are going to do some stick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The best number of bobbins in one of my sticks is 5 pairs. So we count 5 and we stick them, and then we can pile them out the way. And to do that, I just slide them round like that, and then they're out the way. Don't need you for a minute, so we're going to stick this one as well. And slide them round and start making a bit of a bobbin pile. So if I slide this forward, look. There's a bit of a bobbin pile back here. There's actually 2 piles of bobbins back there. Then, of course, all the threads mate with all the pins, and I get grumpy because they've mated with all the pins and they didn't need to. But that keeps them out the way. Look, for more work, because of course you really want to work in this kind of section because it's in front of you. So, didn't turn that out. I need to do that. Which means one of you, possibly you, needs to tug. There you go. Oh, I'm so good. Right. I got it right. Makes a change. But they go around. I don't really need you either, but you will be imminent. So let's slide you over here. and grab. I loaded up 2 pairs of bobbins with a lot more thread. The reason for this is they go backwards and forwards throughout these zigzags and, well, get through more thread. So I made 2 pairs of bobbins especially for their journey of zigzagginess round the board. And that's exactly what they're going to get. There are a couple of tiny details that matter. So, for example, when you leave or change stitches, there should be a crossing of the bobbins beforehand. So these are already crossed because they came out the last stitch with a cross, so that's fine. But if they were not, and they were parallel like this, I would just simply twist them and they're good to start. So this, we do this because we remember how this works, because we need these two to move along the board. So we need for them to end up on the left hand side. Wrong way around. We get that way and then we twist. So now they're on the left, and that's exactly where we needed them. And then they get to go and play with these two. And cloth stitch is, well, you end up with the pairs of bobbins changing placing by going over and under. So when you do cloth stitch normally, you would do cross, twist, cross, and both pairs would change places. I tend to cheat, and so I am going to explain my cheat, because I am a weaver and I know that the bobbins must go over, under, and they will be one bobbin apart, so that when this one goes over it, that one must go under it. So this goes over, under, over, under, over. And now it's out the other side. And we want to add another pair of bobbins. Now, the cloth stitch also comes with one thing that makes your brain melt. And this is where sanatoriums really, really are a thing. Because, that's right, this is playing, I want to stick on all the other pins. The biggest problem we've got is that, that's right, I just need to tug that. As you move in a zigzag, obviously at this point we started off with one pair, then we picked up another pair, then we picked up a third pair, and now we're adding a fourth pair, which is fine. This is perfectly acceptable. So we do the magic stitch, and you've lost your knot already. Thank you very much. Hate you already. Thank you for that. Let's make you a bit shorter. Okay. And now we pin it. So at this point, we've now got 4 pairs of bobbins, which is fine. And then we go back the way we came, over under it, and we add yet another pair of bobbins, because we're not a maximum width yet. So we add the pair of bobbins, and we stick a pin. Now this works out as maximum point, there will be 6 pairs of bobbins. But when you go the other way, because to move diagonally you add one side, take out the other. But because of how you're moving, sometimes you take out and move, and other times you move and add. Well, it means, of course, that you don't always have... Technically, it is a 5-pin piece of cloth stitch, even though there's the edge, there's one pinhole in the middle, and another edge. Your brain's going, well, that's 3, right? No, because it's diagonal for starters, so that makes it 5. But what it does mean is that when working in this direction, you have 6 and 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We will add the 5th one here. As you can see, it's a lot quicker to do that than all the extraneous moving of before. I need to pull you out, dunk, and give you a little tug. There we go. pin. But this pair is going to come in and go out again. So this pair comes in. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And we put in our pin. So there's 6 at this point. That's great. She says trying to pick up 1 pin out of the measly pile. I say measly pile of pins. It's actually quite a lot of pins. They're just really hard to pick up one of because they're like the fineness of a human hair. They are 0.4 millimeters wide. Most of the pins are 0.65 millimeters, just for a bit of kind of perspective on that. So this on the way back, however, I'm already done with those. I don't need those again. Well, I will when I come down to making the rest of it. I don't need those. For all of the bits going this way, don't need those. It feels a bit of a waste, doesn't it? But now it means we're back to 5, because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and the worker pair. But we're going to pick one up when we get to the other side, so there'll be 6 again. So there's 6 and 5 kind of things. So there's 5 as you work that way and you add 1, and then you work back on that way, there's 6, and then you get rid of a pair. But when you're doing this way, it's 5 and 4. And your brain melts, because your brain's going, I've got the wrong number of bobbins, and it's not going to work, and I hate it. So yeah, it's a lot of that. And now we don't need to add any more because, well, there's no more to add. Because we have reached maximum width. So we just work along the edge. And now we ditch these 2 because we don't need those 2 for a while either. But we will need some out of here in a minute. So we'll move that round. And I've jogged the table and I'm going to have a bit of Coke while we have some ads. Slightly because you do get through these quite well. You've just come off again, you annoying pack of crap. And we need 2 of you. Really? I mean, as I was saying earlier, the main reason I started recording this was so that when my brain cells woke up with dumb ideas, because obviously my brain's already going, well, now you've got a 27-inch long bolster cushion, you can make one in one piece. And my brain's going, yeah. So there will be net curtain number 2. I do have another window of a single pane that I can put it on, so that's fine. I will let it make a second net curtain. But in future, when we come up with the horrific idea of, let's make a king-size bedspread or something equally stupid. And of course, this is not particularly fine thread. I ought to point that out. We do use kind of crochet thread descriptions. So bear in mind, I knit, crochet and weave. So I am slightly au fait in most of the varieties of yarn measurements. And in fact, I'm very good at explaining the weaving measurements to other people. But this is This is Finca 40 Boleos thread. I have a box of the stuff. I can see it from here. But this is kind of... When I was a kid, you had button thread. Button thread was strong and thick and chunky. This is not that. This is nowhere near that fat. This is near a tacking thread from the days of old. It is what we buy as almost as standard sewing thread today. Now, I would almost go that this is spot on standard sewing thread of the day. I've also got some 100, which makes this look fat and really beefy and, you know, kind of thick. So, ideally, one really should have made net curtain out of the mind-numbingly thin, literally human hair-sized... No. Just no. Just not entertaining that. My sanity is going to be questionable enough. But... if nothing else, if I'm putting all this effort into making fancy pattern, I want to be able to see it. There is no point almost making it out of basically translucent hair thin thread if you can't see it. What is the point? So I liked... we originally tried with different bobbins because I have a bit of a... Well, I have an issue with... These are not traditional bobbins... in a way. Traditional bobbins, did I tidy it up or did I... I'm pretty sure it's still over here, hang on. I'm sure I saw it earlier today. That's right, my table is not... Well, it's not untidy, it's just busy. There we go. Normal traditional lace bobbins that you will see for this style of lace look much more like this. And this is called a Midlands bobbin and has beads on the end known as a spangle. Well, there's a thing about spangles. I hate them. I hate them with every thread that has ever been made. Because, as you can see, if I lift it up, it moves, it dangles, it can be, some of them are really fat. And then when you do the fancy bobbin, they catch on each other. Basically, it took me, I think, 3 weeks to make one triangle, which was this. Now, this corner here looks a little mangled because I tried a different stitch, and I like it, just not for my net curtain. But this took so long, and I spent the whole time cursing spangles, and I've got a builder's mouth, right? There are no swear words that don't come out of this mouth on occasions, including the really offensive, right? Now, I'm trying to be good and not swear too much on Steam, but there are times, and spangles are definitely one which brings out... It's like anyone who doesn't drive, anyone who doesn't use a computer does not understand you cannot do these things without swearing. It's almost physically impossible. And spangles are another one. Anything with spangles. Now, so there's a lovely crafter out there called Daceman, and Daceman is his Twitch handle is Daceman0, so he's really, really cool. I'm gonna, let me just do the right thing for that. Hang on. I have not got magic buttons, and so I need to type a lot of these things. Oh, it's a great word, but they're arseholes. Let me quickly check his name, actually. Oh, I don't want to get it wrong, because that would be a horrendous thing to do, wouldn't it? Hang on. Let me just quickly check that I don't get his name wrong, because, as I say, I really want... Yeah, I was right. Go me. Apparently that's not the right word. Oh, go away, caps lock. It's because I'm not sitting in front of it. Oh, goodness. Where's the capital letters in that? Hang on. I was right. Stop second guessing yourself. So, this guy is a really cool guy. And they do a lot of cross stitch on their channel, but they also do lace. And they've been in here and said hello, and they do, and they came along. They and I very much share a hatred of spangles. It's almost like Spanglers Anonymous. There is life after spangles, guys. There is life after spangles. And now I'm not using bobbins without spangles, I can get through this a lot quicker, which is frankly necessary, and with a lot less swearing. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's still plenty to swear about. Well, I mean, anyone who does crafting knows that there are things such as weaving in ends that are evil about your craft. And not everything is all sunshine, rainbows and unicorns, right? There is usually the evil witch of the West who lives in some form. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just checking. And, you know, she lives in some form, and frankly, you know, if the craft could be done without insert whatever it is, the craft would be 1,000 times more fun. Now, I will say that one of the things that, I won't say I hate it, because I don't hate it, but one of the things that does get a little bit of a struggle sometimes when you're doing lace making is the pinning. Constant pinning. Even if you have lightning fast hands, you have to stop and pin. Well, when you're doing the ground stuff like here, where you go cross, twist, pin, cross, twist, pin, cross, twist, that's a lot of pin compared to stitching. And it means that progress, frankly, feels really slow, because you're forever stopping and pulling a pin. And you find yourself kind of going, I really wish I didn't have to. It would go a lot quicker. And it's one of the reasons that, things like this cloth stitch is quite nice, is because you do all of it, and then only at the edge do you do pinning. And now, to be honest, I could have made these squares solid cloth stitch. I think it would be a bit much for a net curtain, because obviously it is designed to kind of let light through, but I could have done. I really could have done, and then it would stonk through, quite frankly. So, but it was a consideration. What should I do? Should I do this? Should I do that? And I did actually. She says, looking on a table. There it is. As I said, my table is very busy. If I give you an idea of some of the things on my table, I've got lip seal, some number 80 thread, which is, kind of like, well, it's not half the size of this, but it's close. I've got a bottle of sauce for eating food with, a bottle of Vaseline, which I actually use as lip seal. The other lip seal is kind of useless. I've got some rosemary oil, I've got a bag of elastic bands, nail chippers. I've got some Germaline. I've got a dog brush. I've got a Liz brush. I've got a box opener, a thing of tape. I've got some hair oil, because I've got long hair and I get bored and do that occasionally. I've got a screwdriver, a tub of pens and pencils and other things. I've got my bobbin winder. I've got all the bobbins for this that I have lovingly spent ages winding up earlier today. And it's kind of, and then of course there's the computery stuff on there as well, so it is kind of busy. But one thing I did do was this. Now, this is ugly. Let me put a dark cloth down over our work so you can see a little bit better. Hang on. So, if I put that down, you'll soon see what I mean. I made this as part of an experiment. It's kind of not overly awesome. Let me zoom in a bit. So, ignore some of its ugliness. It was an experiment. It was not designed to be useful or anything. So, as part of my experiments, I was testing the size of the thread. This is green, by the way, just in case you're wondering if it looks a bit of a funny colour. It is technically green. It's kind of pus green. I tried a tally. I am not good at those. Here's some of the ground stitch, and a bit of there's a hexagon thing there. But this is not cloth stitch, but it's very similar. Now, with cloth stitch, you've got 2 pairs of bobbins coming in. You meet 2 pairs of bobbins and you make a little lattice between them. With this one, I didn't do that. I didn't kind of make the full lattice, and it meant it's a fairly really open stitch, and I was considering, which is why I was trying it, doing it instead of this cloth stitch section, which is obviously quite dense, she says, now needing to zoom out, hang on, doink. This cloth stitch section here, instead of being this really dense, it would have been quite open. It would have been quite fragile, but it would have been quite open. And obviously for a net curtain, open is kind of the name of the game. So I did think long and hard about that, because it would have been arguably quite nice. And maybe in net curtain 2 will feature. But I decided to stick with this one because I thought that the kind of border for the rose ground squares was quite a striking kind of picture. It would make an interesting shadow on the floor and the wall, so I stuck with it, but I didn't have to. I could have done something different. And what would have been different is, instead of this pair working across, you literally, at this point, there would have been 4 bobbins meeting. You would have done crossed 2, and that's it. You wouldn't have had the 4x4 kind of mixy. So it makes it a lot more open, and I kind of like how that works. Let's go back a sec, because I want to snug you before I start on the journey across. So yes, I'm kind of surprised in a way that it's something too fascinating to watch, but at the same time I'm doing it more for my own documentation. So I really do appreciate people coming to watch, because, you know, stops me feeling so lonely while I do it. But at the same time, let's put it this way, I'm not sure I'd have come and watched it if I wasn't kind of a lace maker or otherwise. I'm not sure it's something that, it's something I'd probably come and watch for like 10-15 minutes and kind of go, they made that look pretty easy. I wonder if I could do that, and then I'd be wanting to try another hobby kind of thing. But I don't think it would be something that I would, it's not kind of like, watching a 3-hour film, oh my god, I've got to watch that, or a series where you're like, I wonder what happens next. It doesn't really fall into that kind of category. So from that point of view, I worry that it's not exactly the most watchable thing. But at the same time, for each and every person who comes along who expresses a vague interest and maybe kind of wants to have a go as a result, or asks a question because they've been struggling with a bit and maybe I know the answer, but as I say, I haven't been doing it that long, so don't hold your breath. But I can try. I can certainly tell you what I would do in a situation. It might involve crying and sobbing into a pint of beer. I don't drink, actually, but I can dream, right? Those kind of things is that, we can all commiserate, and I can tell you that there is a lovely Facebook group of people who are really, really helpful. Because I possess 2 really weird objects. And I found the other one, by the way, for those who were wondering. I own these. And I kind of went, they came with some other lace stuff that I bought as someone's cast off, someone's moved on from the hobby either by death or by choice. And I bought some of their reject stuff, and so I bought that. And it came with these. Now, these have slits. You can't really see it, but there is a slit running down the middle of both of them. Now, in a video, I saw what looked like, and I'm going to stab this down through the hole because, well, it doesn't make holes in my pillows that way. You can't. That's right, I've got something on my screen that's in the way. Get out of the way. There we go. So this then sits, and it lives upright, and that's how it's designed. Now, I wondered if it was a form of bobbin holder, and that these then kind of, the thread went down the middle, and it would hold your bobbins. No. Apparently, it's for holding notes while you're doing lace making. Lace making notes are here. I mean, the only thing I would say is that if you've got specific variants of stitches, so you've decided that you'll do different numbers of twists here and there, maybe a piece of paper reminding you to do them here and there is a good point. But as a generic rule, you don't need it. So I can't see those as vital. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I thought so. Stick! Let's grab a stick. You are now spoken for. You can leave the building a little. Okay. The only problem with this knitting thing is the little housing at the end. Let me show you with a different one. She says, trying to pick one up. They're kind of mated on my table. Hang on. And moreover, mated with another tool, which is not proving very useful of it. Thank you for this. Can we have this come out, please? How have you got wrapped around all of those? So, hang on. Crochet hook. How are you wrapped around all these other things? Come on. Let's take you out then. Right, that's right. Let me extract this and I'll show you what was right. So, that one's not so bad. In fact, that one's fine. Of course, that one's fine. I must have another one that does it. Hang on. Yeah, that one does it. Let's use that one. Right. This was the tool that it mated with, which is called a Lazy Susan, which basically has a bent needle in the end, and you put a loop of thread on it. And what you do is you poke these through the holes made by a pin. It then drags the thread through. You make a loop and pull the loop up. You can then poke a bobbin through it and then pull it all out, and it will bring the bobbins loop the other side, and then you can do joins with it. So that's a joiny tool. You can also use crochet hooks. But this, if you look, it naturally sits so that the joining hole points away, so that when you bring it backwards, it doesn't line up with the stick. So as a result, you have to try and twist it, and the spring's kind of forceful enough that the spring is not keen on this. So it occasionally makes applying the stick a little bit more complicated, but we are quite happy with our sticks, so we shall go back down the cloth stitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, and add number 5, and you've come off because you're annoying. Twisted, that's fine. There's number 5. So yes, I'm doing this more for my own record, so that when my brain cells have crazy ideas, I can kind of go back to the God knows how many hours of footage this will end up being, and do the, so this is what happened last time. Are you really sure you want to embark on something like this again? Really? Is this your plan? You know, here are excerpts of all of the things that made you cry along the way. Are you really sure? You know, it could cause you pain and anguish last time. Are you really sure you want to do it again? And when it goes yes, I'll record that too. So that maybe the next time I can go, and are you still sure? Now we've got 2 video documentations of why you should not be doing this. Are you really sure this is bad? And it'll go, yeah. So, this is where we're at. Stick. So I do try and steam every day. So usually I get off work around about now during the week. Obviously, British clocks went back last weekend. I believe the American clocks don't go back till next weekend, maybe. Anyway, so it's currently kind of 4 o'clock here in the UK. So that's usually when I get off work, unless something's really gone down. And I like a little bit of a break before I start doing this, obviously, because I need to do a couple of dog things. Because I have a couple of dog things. Just to introduce you to the dog things, let me briefly introduce you to the dog things. So that's the 2 dog things of my life. Yeah, the black one's called Rory, the brown one's called Amy. The astute will understand that that's the doctor's companions. Amy's a crackhead. There's just no better way of describing her. She is an utter crackhead. Rory is a nurse. He truly is. The moment that any sign you're not well, he is there kind of holding your hand, right? So they do live up to their name rather well. And I love them dearly, especially when they're asleep. When they're asleep, they're great. I really love them. When they're awake, there's a little more doubt. Because they do chaotic things. It is. They are very appropriate for the ponds. So, and I love my dogs very much. They are rescue dogs. They are potentially pit bull-ish. But if I tell you that Amy is barely 20 kilos, she is tiny for a pit bull. And they're 4 years old. So they are, they're fully grown. And they're tiny. Whereas, one of their siblings, because the whole litter came over. I think there were three other ones. Well, one of their sisters got DNA tested by their owner. And their owner says they came back 100% American Staffordshire Terrier. Those things clock in at 100 kilos. They've got tails that weigh more than Amy, right? So it seems a little unlikely that they are purebred American Staffordshire Terrier, and maybe that one had 100%, but the rest of them aren't, because they're all too tiny. Even the one that tested positive for it is too small. Rory's male, so normally he's heavier and bigger, and he is. He's about 23 kilos, which makes him the same. But he's no bigger than a collie. He's not a big dog. And so for those who know, the UK have a ban on pit bulls, and these are too small to count, fortunately. It's close, but they are too small to count. They don't have, and because the pit bull ban in the UK is very generalistic, basically it kind of goes, if your dog's bigger than 21 inches at the shoulder, and your dog's kind of like this, but maybe none of these things are compulsory, we can declare your dog is a pit bull. Okay. And you must register it, and you must pay this, and you must do that, and you have to do the other, and they must wear muzzles, and... No, it's not. And in this day and age where, no offence to anyone who feels to share this particular trait, but if a human being can declare they are a cat, and wear a cat collar and demand cat litter in schools, and all of those kind of things, how are we racist about dog breeds? How can we declare that every single of a particular breed of dog, bear in mind, dog breeds do not technically exist, they all stem from the same thing, and all humanity has done is breed certain favourable traits that they liked to get a certain shape. They all stem from the same original dog, although, teacup Chihuahua versus a Great Dane or a Newfie is kind of a feeling a bit of a stretch, but you know, stuff happens. So I'm vehemently against the whole pit bull ban on the grounds of just because they're pit bull. What I would rather have seen is if a dog is not good in certain... So if you've got a timid dog, if you've got a reactive dog, if you've got... which quite a lot of dogs are, and to be honest, mostly it's the small little shits that bite you. I've been bitten by a few dogs in my time. I got bit by my dog as a kid because I threw his blanket but not very far. He had a kind of rag toy blanket thing. He leapt for it, nipped me in the process. You have never seen a dog want to go and hang itself so much. He was so sorry. My grand's dog bit me, but that's because I ran up behind and poked it in the ribs like I would my dog, and my dog was used to it. Her dog was not, so it turned around and told me off and bit me. And my gran was like, oh my God. I deserved that. I must have been like 7 or 8, and I was like, my fault. I poked it in the ribs. I made it jump, so it bit me. It is my fault. I got bit by... I won't call her a friend, but someone I knew's Jack Russell. It was New Year's Eve. It was a bit overwhelmed by having too many people in its house. It knew me very well. I'm sitting on the floor, cross-legged, minding my own, because I hate parties. I'm not a people person. It ran across the room and bit me on the hand really hard, to the point there was blood and bruising, and but that was a Jack Russell. And I got bit by a West Highland White, because, as it turned out, one of the 2 kids in the house, and they were old enough to know far better, they were teenagers, I'd say he was 15, 16 at the time, terrorised that poor thing. It did kind of grow to like me one day when I went in and kind of, I won't say I slapped the kid, but I threatened him with it. The girl called me round for something. I think her brother was, you know, the dog was wetting itself. Him and his mate were teasing it. And I went in there, picked up the dog and kind of said, fine, you want to do that to the dog? I can happily do that to you if you like. Do you want to try it? It was kind of like, okay, maybe not. So I threw my weight around a little bit and made sure that he was told in no uncertain terms would he ever do that, and for me to find out, because I'd do it to him. But the dog had bitten me previously because it was just scared of everyone, thinking they were going to do that. Because every single one of the kids' friends that came over, he did it because, of course, he thought it was funny. And so everyone who came over was an instant threat. So I got bit from that, and I got bit on the knee, and that actually was quite problematic because I kind of was ill at the time. But, yeah, I've been bitten by a few, and none of them have been pit bulls. None of them have been big dogs. They've all been smaller dogs. And so the whole pit bull ban, I mean, they don't have locked jaws. They don't have... They can bite really hard. Name me a dog that doesn't. Because that's how they crack bones. Nah. But the bigger the dog, the bigger the bite. It's got more pressure, right? But it's funny how, you know, oh, it's the Doberman. It is, and more to the point, you know, we bring them up badly. We expect things of them which they are not aware of, and so it's the same as when you adopt a rescue or even get one from a breeder. You have to train it, but when you first bring it into your house, it doesn't know what the rules are. It doesn't understand. Everything's in a different place. Everything's different. Everything's new and strange, and you can't expect it to be perfect from day one. And it's going to take a while for it to settle down. That's right. I'm just trying to see where this thread's come from, and check that it's not round any wrong pins, because they do that. But yeah, you have to give it up to 3 months. I mean, human beings take time to adjust to new processes and new things, and so why don't we give dogs the same courtesy? Why is it that, you hear all these stories of, oh, I adopted this dog and then I went to work the next day for 8 hours, and when I came home, it had eaten my house? Yes. Have you seen my garage? I could show you a picture of my garage. I'm not going to, but let's just put it this way. I knowing that I had dogs, my garage is, I need to point out, my garage has got rubber flooring. It's got rubber flooring, it's got a radio in it, it's got, you know, it had water, it had dog beds, it had rugs, it was not, you know, just a plain garage. But when I moved in this house, the people who had previously lived here had had the unfortunate issue of being deceased, and which was to the same reason I could afford to buy it, because my own parents had done exactly, well, my dad had done exactly the same. And so from that point of view, I bought this house. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right. Just checking I didn't have one too many. And when I bought it, there were a couple of things on shelves, and I mean literally a couple of things on shelves, but they were like 6 foot up in the air, and I didn't think too much of it. And when I needed to go to work, because to be fair, I actually got it was not deliberate. Tenchi, who may or may not still be lurking, will tell you I had a dog called Fiona, and Fiona had a real obsession with a thing called purple squirrel. And Fiona unfortunately demised in 2020. And when she demised, I put out the word that I would need some more dog. And I got and a particular charity came back to me and kind of went, "Hi, well, we've got this lurcher." And I kind of went, "Yeah, okay, could do. Or we've got this, yeah, could do. Or we've got puppies." "I'm sorry, did you just say puppies?" Yes, she said. And then she sent me the most awesome pictures. It would be awkward for me to try and show them, but they were two. When Rory and Amy were first shown to me, they fitted on someone's forearm. So their head was here, and their butt was kind of down at the elbow, right? They were not big, because they were only a few weeks old. I mean, at that point, they'd have been like 8 weeks, right? Because they were born at the end of June, and this was kind of beginning of August, so they were like 6-8 weeks best, right? And it was kind of like, and I looked at them, and I could see, yeah, 8 weeks. I mean, how can you say no, right? Anyway, I looked at it, and bear in mind, they were lying on someone's arm, so the obvious signs of which gender they are were most definitely covered. I knew the black one was a little boy, and I knew that the brown one was going to be all the trouble, and that he was going to help, right? And I went, "It's a little boy and a little girl. The black one's a boy." And she went, "Yes, actually." And I went, "Can I have both?" And she went, "Yeah." So I'd agreed to have both, and I do not regret my choice. That's not quite true. Occasionally, I wonder on my sanity, but, you know, we've already decided that that's kind of questionable, so that's all right. And so what I didn't know at that point was they were not in the UK. Now, I would not deliberately have chosen to get dogs from another country, because we already have more than plenty in this country that need homes. And to be honest, she's normally got more than plenty that need homes too, as it's a lady who runs a charity. So she's normally got more than plenty that need homes. So it seemed a little odd. So I'm just checking a few things that they were not here. But it was only after I found out that, you know, because obviously she couldn't just kind of give them to me today, which, you know, I didn't necessarily expect that. But at the same time, it seemed a little odd. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It seemed a little odd, and then she said, "Oh, well, they're in Romania." Well, by then, I'd already worked out what names I was going to call them, so it was too late. I'd already said I wanted them, so it was happening, right? So they had to get travel shots and all manner of things, and you can't do travel shots before. So they had their normal shots that they get at like 8 weeks or so, 8-10 weeks. But then you have to wait like another few weeks for that. So they couldn't come over, and they came over 4 years ago last night. And so I have had them exactly 4 years. And 4 years ago, to get here, they had come in a van, in a cage in a van, which not necessarily unsurprising, because they were coming with other animals. So there was a truck full of animals. 72 hours plus in the van they did not leave those cages for 72 for the whole journey. When they arrived here, it was, bear in mind they'd been in Bristol, which is like half an hour to maximum like an hour's drive from here. They had left Bristol at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I thought they'd be here at 5. It was nearly 12 hours before they got here. So it was 4 o'clock in the fucking morning. I was getting really arsey by this point because, you know, they'd been in Bristol and it's kind of like, I could have driven down and met you if I knew it was going to take this long. Christ. And my friend who had agreed to be here to assist with the collection of dog, because there were 2 of them, was getting a little bit grumpy because it was 4 o'clock in the morning and we had not expected it to take this long. We knew the order of delivery because they were actually delivered direct to my door. But when they got here, of course, it doesn't take too much imagination that while they had fed and watered the animals during the trip, they didn't let them out their cages. What does that say to you? That some certain biological matters had taken place. And they were on the middle shelf. So the poor schmo at the bottom must have been really minging, because these were pretty bad. They were sticky, right? That's how bad it was. But you can't wash them, because they've gone through all that trauma. The last thing you must do is wash them. So I had 2 tiny puppies who had never been in a house before, never been in England before, didn't necessarily speak English, didn't know their names, because of course why would they? Even though I'd named them very early on and they could have been using their names. Well, I ordered, because my carpet is this colour. Knowing that puppies and things that come out of puppies and carpet do not go well, I ordered a pen. It wasn't even a cage. I was not. Part of me had originally wanted to crate train them. Now, I'm not a huge fan of crate training because I've never crate trained a dog before. But I also understand that some dogs take great consolation on it. So I would have been prepared to crate train the dogs. But I got them a pen. Now, this thing is 12 panels, I think, of 1 metre long. So it can make quite a large pen. And I basically filled my sitting room with it. And it was here. They were scared shitless of it because they'd been in this pen for all those hours. And I originally wanted to put them in the pen so I could now go to sleep. So I put them in the pen and all they did was scream. It wasn't cry, it wasn't whine, it was scream. They were petrified. So I didn't do that. And I took them upstairs and I wanted to put them in the pen up there, but I couldn't. So that didn't happen. I never got to use my pen. I do use bits of it around the house now to block off certain things and as a bit of a barrier, but I have never used it for the purpose for which I bought it. And it is quite sad because they are so scared of it that when I had them neutered, I had them neutered fairly early on because they're brother and sister. Much as I like puppies, don't need wonky puppies. And the vet was like, oh, it very rarely happens first time. Yeah, when I was 16, we got brother and sister, and then we had 2 puppies. So, don't believe you. I do not need them, and Amy had a hernia, which I apparently was the only one who spotted, which is slightly concerning, because she had kind of like a little outy belly button type thing going on. You know, kind of go, what do you mean no one noticed the fact that she's got this big knobble on her stomach? Anyway, so she had a hernia and a spay done at the same time. And they did agree, for reasonable reasons, to spay them early. Now, I probably wouldn't have... If I'd only had one of them, I would have waited a bit longer, to be fair. But I was not running risks, because I really didn't need wonky puppies. And so we sorted all of that out. But I put them both in to be done on the same day, because they've never been apart. And because they were found at about 10 days old, and no one knows what happened to Mum, you know, they have always been together, so I put them in together. And I knew that the whole kind of buckets and everything were going to be an absolute nightmare. I was under no illusion that that was going to be fun. But I decided that it would be better to have them both done together, because then it's, you know, like 10 days of extreme chaos, and then it's done, right? Not, You have 10 days of telling one to not lick the other, and then another 10 days of one to not lick the other, you know, and not sleeping and getting grumpy. So I put them in together. My vet usually only ever calls you about 5 o'clock right at the end of the day, so they've kept them all afternoon. They usually do a lot of their operations in the morning, but they call you late afternoon, come collect your mutt, your dog is done, right? Because they've checked on it, it's recovered from the operation, they've monitored it for a bit, and then, you know, it's ready to go home. 1 o'clock. Ring, ring. Miss Kimber, can you come collect your dogs, please? Yeah, okay. Seems a bit early. Wandered along. I got as far as the car park and I could hear why. You could hear them screaming. Because they'd woken up in a cage. And they'd probably they'd made a lot of noise and fuss at the beginning, so that maybe they did them early. And they'd slept off a lot of their thing, and that was it. They were awake and screaming. Hello, Van Bubble. Yeah, and so you can't crate train them, so hence they have the garage. I've got a double-sized garage. It's got rubber flooring, so even in winter it's not cold. In fact, it's quite nice in there. And I've got a radio and a camera, so I can keep an eye on them wherever I am, and all this kind of crap, right? So as a result, you know, the idea of me popping my dogs in the garage is not as kind of harsh as it sounds. As I say, there's rugs in there, there's beds in there. But I'll also tell you, they destroyed it. They destroyed what little crap that was in there. They destroyed it. And it was stuff I never even knew I had. I mean, seriously, how many garden forks can a man need? Because there must have been 40 in there that they chewed. They chewed the handles. I did put my electric bike in there. Yeah, they chewed the end of the charger, so I can't charge it anymore. And it's 110 quid for a replacement, and I haven't got round to replacing it yet. But the truth of it is that, you know, frankly, if it's in the garage, I'm kind of resigned to the fact. Yeah, I mean, but I knew they'd chew a few things. You know, they're in there. You know, but even, I mean, let's face it. Even as adults, even if we know that someone's only going to be away for an hour, and all you've got to do is sit in this room, there's some music going on, there's place to nap, there's bits with sunshine, there's bits with, there's bits in the shade, there's rugs to sit on if the floor's feeling a bit drafty, there's, you've got a bed, you've got frankly everything your little doggy mind can desire, there's toys, there's literally some of everything, right? There's food, there's water, you can't really need for much more. And, if you're only going out for half an hour, I mean, seriously, how bad can it be? But the answer is, of course, like everything, when you're left to your own devices, you kind of look around a bit and you kind of go, I wonder what that is. I'll go and have a look. So you go and have a look. And, of course, being a dog, I wonder what it tastes like. Because, we all know that that's how, well, let's face it, they don't exactly have opposable thumbs. So, chomp, chomp, chomp. Oh, this is a bit interesting. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Oh, I quite like the flavour of this, or I quite like the texture of this. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Yep. Seriously, you have no idea how many garden tools I didn't know I owned, because of course they came with the house. So of course I wasn't overly aware of how many there were, but they'd been on the top shelf that I cannot reach without a ladder. I don't know how they got up there. A little while later I had to put something in there, and I put in there, I have kind of kissed goodbye to it, but it was a rocking chair with a stool. And I've never forgotten looking one day, and I looked on, because I was looking on the camera while I was out. They do, and that's the thing is that, just because you've left them, oh my God, it's the end of the world. Go for a pee. Seriously, go for a pee and shut the door. They will act like the end of the world is happening, right? And so, to actually go out for half an hour, oh my God, how dare you, right? But I was out, and I had gone round a friend's house to drop something off, and when I got there, I quickly checked the camera, and Rory had climbed the pile, and was now sitting on top of the stool, which is sort of like 10, 12 feet high, and and sitting there like Lord and Master, and it's kind of like, how in the name of mercy did you get up there? Oh my god. So, I will point out that one of the dog beds that was in there belonged to a former dog called Lucy. And Lucy was a very old dog, and her parents loved her very much. And she was my ex-husband's parents' dog. And when the last of his parents died, Trev lived with the dog for a bit. And then one of his siblings rather famously said, "Put the dog down, I want the money from the house." And everyone hated him as a result, because as you would. But they did agree that perhaps the house really should get sold because, you know, Trev doesn't need to live in it forever. And, you know, unless he's going to pay everyone else the share. So Trev couldn't afford to do that, obviously, because, you know, a third of a house is quite a bit of money. So they sold the house. And I was asked, "Well, Liz, you've got dogs." "Yeah, I've got about 4 at the moment." "Why?" "Well, I think I had 3 at that time." It's like, "Can you have another one?" Maybe. So, on Christmas Day one year, now I should point out, when Lucy met Charlie, who is my icon, and Brown, who oddly was brown, she was of no discernible breed. She was very pretty, but she had no discernible breed whatsoever. She tried to kill them. I mean, Lucy literally tried to kill them. She was not impressed. So the idea of taking Charlie and Brown down for Christmas dinner, Maddie, I was kind of a bit, because, you know, Lucy had never met her, but Charlie and Brown, she'd had dealings with them and she didn't like them as far as we knew. Anyway, I'm going down for Christmas dinner and it's like, so I'm going to drive all the way over there for Christmas dinner. And what if they don't get on? If they don't get on, I'm going to have to leave and drive all the way back again and do without Christmas dinner. And, you know, it's really not the time to be finding out. Anyway, took my dogs over. There was peace. There was peace on earth. Now, Lucy was old by this point. And Lucy, frankly, didn't like any human whatsoever. If Lucy was alive today, Lucy would probably be out in my garden. Oh, that's the point, I need to open the doors. Lucy would be as far away as humanly possible. Well, it was a Christmas miracle. And so as a result, we brought Lucy round to my house to check that, you know, the peace did continue. And the peace continued. So I inherited Lucy. And Lucy lived for a good couple of years after this. And she hated everybody, sat in the garden, come rain, hail, sleet and snow. But she seemed happy in it. She was always grumpy, so it was kind of hard to tell. She didn't seem any more unhappy, more to the point. And she would come and say hello to me. Not very much, but she'd come and say hello to me. And apparently I was liked because she'd take a pizza crust from me. Apparently this is the highest honour the dog would bestow. So, you know, okay, fine. Whereas nearly every other dog wants, you know, hugs now, hugs now, hugs now kind of thing. So I had her for a while. And she had one possession, which was this blue dog bed. What we didn't know, until these two destroyed the bed, it was made of feathers. Guess what, Mike, is all over my garage now? Do you know how hard it is to... Basically, the dog bed was kind of cot-sized. Large cot-sized. So it was almost like... Oh, she was. She hissed like a cat. It was hysterical. Yeah. I have tried everything known to man to try and suck up these feathers. You can't vacuum the buggers up because it just clogs the vacuum. If you try and sweep them up, well, they stick to the broom and then don't go in the bag. But then, frankly, all you really do is move them around. So they're still partly there. The most obvious thing to do is spray it down with water and then just kind of scoop it into a thing and chuck the entire lot. Toys, anything good, just kiss it goodbye. Because it's in there, I haven't seen it for a while, so it can't be that important. I know the Christmas decorations were in there, but I think they're still safe on a shelf, but I'd have to check. We don't put up Christmas decorations, I have dogs, it's not worth the point. But, so there are quite a few feathers scattered around. I mean, I did get some in a bag, obviously, but there are always more. It's like polystyrene balls, there are always more, right? I mean, it could have been polystyrene balls for all that mattered. It was just as bad. And I came home and it was kind of like, oh my living God, what is that? What have you done? Little Miss here, who's lying next to me making snoring noises. Oh God, yeah. Glitter. Jesus, it seriously, between feathers... Seriously, the worst thing made out of humankind has ever come up with are polystyrene balls, feathers, and glitter. I mean, why not just make something out of all three and have done with it? I mean, seriously. If you stuff tarring and feathering someone, a few frigging polystyrene balls and a bit of glitter, and you don't even need the tar, right? It's just not worth it. And yeah, so my entire garage still looks like there's been an explosion in it. And I do try and tidy it up, but it almost feels like the more I try, the shitter it looks, because, well, it kind of makes, it's a bit like if you've got something dirty and you clean one spot on it, well, now the fact that it's dirty shows up. It's kind of that problem. And so I am somewhat tried by the state of my garage, but I view it as the dog room. It's not like I keep my car in it, although my car is dead and probably should be in it. You need to come out. So yeah, it is not one of their best moments. Now, they did have a... True. So, one of the other problems that came up was a couple of years ago, it turned out I had bowel cancer. And I went in for a colonoscopy, and that wasn't particularly a bad thing. But when I did, the first time round wasn't so bad, although they forgot me and I hated every inch of it. So I then had to have another one where they did a biopsy. In doing the biopsy, they perforated my bowel. So on the moment I got home from the day, having had them in the garage all day, I got home, I let them out, and I was in agony. But I thought it would pass a bit. I'd been given some painkillers, not that they were worth piss, but, been given some painkillers. I then had to call the ambulance because I was in agony. And as a result of being in agony, That's right, I've just changed my mind how I was doing that. I had to wait for the ambulance, and knowing that I was waiting for an ambulance, I put the dogs in the garage. What I didn't expect to be was there for 4 days. Now, obviously, they were not in there 4 days with nobody. The day the ambulance came, my neighbours checked in on me a couple of hours later and kind of went, "Saw an ambulance this morning, you alright?" And I kind of went, "No." And they've got a key, but they couldn't remember which key it was, so they came and got mine. And for the whole time I was in hospital, my neighbours came and checked on my dogs. Not just kind of checked on them, checked they got water and buggered off. No. These wonderful, glorious people, they would come in almost for like an hour out of 90 minutes. They would come, they would play with them, they would spend time with them, they would hug them. They were in the garden, it was summertime, so they were in the garden playing with them. They, and then they would go back to work, because, they were working, and then do, their work, because, it's kind of a requirement to get paid. And then, one of them would come back, they'd be playing with them, and they did this for the whole 4 days. Not one of my friends offered, not one of my friends thought about it, my friends knew I was in hospital, all of them. Not one of them thought about it. Not one of them asked after the dogs, no one said who's looking after them, but my neighbours cared, and that was and I truly and utterly appreciated that, and I already loved my neighbours, but I love them even more now. And yeah, that was one huge relief for me, but obviously they, after 4 days, they were getting a bit tetchy about being in the garage for the predominance of the time. They can't be trusted in the house, is the short answer. So, it was unfortunate, but when I had my operation to remove said cancerous tumour-y thing that it turned out I had, a friend did come and stay and live with the dogs while I was in hospital, so that negated that kind of problem for then. But it was an incredibly kind thing that my neighbours did, and not all neighbours would be, because I was getting pictures and videos and all manner of stuff because they knew I'd be worried, and I didn't ask them to send me photos and videos and things, but they just knew that that would be a good thing to do, and so they did. So I love my neighbours. I love them loads because they just are great, wonderful people. And I didn't do that right, did I? It adds. Well, it is, and I would do a lot for my neighbours next door. I really, really would. And I just can't think of anything I wouldn't do for them if they really needed it. She had a tough time very recently. Her mother's recently deceased, and her mother came to live there, and it's kind of like, I've always said to them, because I'm single, I only use one car, I've got a spot for 2 cars out the front of my house. It's like, if you ever need, if you ever have visitors or something, they can park in my driveway. If you want to park in my driveway because you've got some stuff happening in your driveway, you can park in my driveway. You do not need to ask, just friggin' park in it. And I actually insisted that while her mother was there, that they, that they used my driveway so that, because they were going to get home help and stuff coming in, it was, I insist that you park there so that should you need an ambulance, they can park right next to the door. Should your home help come along, they can park on your driveway right where it is, so that they don't, so we don't have, because there's someone else in the road. We've only got a road of 3 houses, but there's someone at the far end of the road who's technically not in this road, but someone at the far end who needs home help. And at one point they were parking all over the place and in the way, and it was getting quite irritating for everybody else, and even more so for me, because the instructions for them, because the house was built after the road, it's on the corner, they name the road as to where it is. So they get told, come to Lizzie's Road, and we're there. What they don't say is which house it is, so they come to number 1, and that's me. At 7:30 on a Sunday morning, no, I do not need freaking home help, and I'm going to make you wear that, love, because it was kind of every day. They'd have different people, the agency people would send someone different, and every time it was someone new, they'd come straight knocking on my house. And at 7:30 on a Sunday morning, that's not welcome. When I'm working and I'm up anyway, it's just irritating. On a Sunday morning at 7:30, nah, it's freaking uncalled for. And I demanded that, the last one tell me who they worked for, so that I could get a little bit moody with them. And funny enough, it stopped when I'd asked for who they worked for, because obviously it got fed back that she's about to cause stick because we keep interrupting her. So they stopped, which is nice. But for example, one Christmas a few years ago, he was obviously having a really bad Christmas day, and there was one there first thing in the morning, lunchtime, evening, and then another one turned up, and they pulled up outside my house, and I went outside and kind of went, you don't want this one? And he went, okay, don't suppose you know? And I went, I think you want the one right at the beginning of the road, because that's where all the others have gone. By the way, do you want some sweets? I've got, kilo of Jolly Ranchers. Yes, please. here you go, big handfuls of Jolly Ranchers. I don't begrudge them, because, you know, they're nice enough people, but not 7:30 in the morning. I don't need your home help banging on my door at 7:30 in the morning, especially when I was trying to sleep. But everyone around here is quite nice. But those neighbours were wonderful, and so yeah, I'd do everything for them, given a chance. But sadly, not everyone has nice neighbours. A friend of mine had real problems with one of her neighbours. Mind you, I've got problems with one of my old neighbours. One of my old neighbours has got a thing. She keeps reporting to the council that there are rats. There are no rats. She's just mad. She's just mad because when she tried to sell her house in 2020, it didn't sell. So she's looking to blame everyone around her. And her favourite thing to blame is my old house. And yeah, she caused no end of stink by, you know, claiming that there were rats. Then she decided that it was my fault the fence was falling down, when actually, love, the ivy on the fence came from your side of the garden, and I spoke to you when you were ripping it off from your side of the garden, only after it had gone over all of my side of the garden, and I got someone really expensive and professional in with like napalm, and it didn't shift it. They were really embarrassed at the fact that this super industrial strength weed killer, which you needed like qualifications and hazmat suit to operate, and I shit you not, actual kind of hazmat suit. It was full gear with helmet and breathing stuff and everything. They sprayed the entire garden. 2 weeks later, if anything, the bloody stuff looked healthier. And so out of their own pocket, they did it again, just in case it had been a faulty batch or, you know, unfortunate timing or something. And they sprayed it again. Still, not one leaf died. And so, you know, I tried to kill it and it wouldn't die. So I'm sorry, but, you know, if you don't like the fence and the fact that the fence is potentially falling down, maybe you should have done your gardening a little bit sooner than that. And also, of course, it's your fence, darling, not mine. So no, I'm not paying for your fence, because originally she wanted me to pay half the fence, because she felt it was my fence. Well, on my deeds, love, it says it's not my fence. So, and obviously she'd been in cahoots with the woman the other side, who was instantly trying the same thing. So I had two neighbours coming at me, both demanding that I pay for half a fence each. And it's kind of like, actually, in the UK it's common that you only own one side of the fence. And because I'm in the corner and your house was there before, I actually only own, the only fence I own out of all four sides of the plot of my land is the bottom. So, no, I do not feel desperately and excited and willing to pay your bill because you want a new fence. I'll make a bit of a donation because I'm nice, but I'm not paying any more than that. And one lady was good with that, one lady was not good with that. And they both had it done. One had a pretty nice fence put in and was quite reasonable about it all. She got a good price. She did all of that. The nasty one, for anyone who's British, I'm sure you'll understand what I say by council fence. It's the one with, it's not a council fence, but there's something about it. Normally fences in the UK, you have wooden or concrete posts with 6x4 or 6x5 wooden panels between the fence posts. The ones I'm referring to have the big concrete plinth at the bottom, and it just looks cheap and nasty. The problem is, it ain't cheap and nasty, because putting in concrete ones is harder because they weigh more. You need more people. You have to pay more attention to it because, well, it's concrete. You have to make sure it's level. You have to make sure it's got solid foundations. You have, because. And then the fence panels slot in. Well, the problem is with slotting in fence panels rather than ones that are kind of nailed to the posts, is that the burglars can slot them, get in your garden, steal all your crap from your house, and then slide the fence panel back, and it's not obvious how they got to the back of your house. So I kind of, and basically her fence stuff cost way more than the other fence people who got the nicer fence. And she was going, well, in future you'll have to pay half of it. And it's kind of like, I don't think so, love. It is your fence, especially if you are paying for it. It's your fence. You can do whatever you like with it, but at the same time, it is not my fence. So, as I say, one of my old neighbours isn't so bad. I mean, you know, she did come for me for half a fence, but when I said no, but I'll make a donation, she was kind of like, how much? And when I told her, she was like, oh, we were hoping it was going to be more than that. And I said, well, that's a shame. And she went, fair enough. But the other one was really quite grumpy. But that's because she doesn't live there. She's got a tenant, and obviously the tenant's giving her crap because the tenant obviously wants to live like it's Buck House, but not actually have any of the bills because, of course, she's not paying for it. So, you know, as tenants can be. I'm not saying all tenants are like that because some of them are great, but some renting people expect a lot for their money. Mind you, with the price of how much renting is these days, I'd expect a fair bit too. And the fact that this woman tried to sell it and failed for whatever reason, it's not a particularly nice house, I need to point out. It's quite small. It's not in a great area. There's a road at the end of the garden, and the garden is real short. Let's put it this way. If I sneeze, I can kind of spray the back fence. So it is a really short garden. And so with that in mind, it is not too surprising then that the house is not exactly cream pickings. And unless it's priced accordingly, people aren't going to leap to buy it, to be honest. Because the A road is really, really busy. And it's like living next to the M1. It's just not funny. So, hence I moved, because here, yes, I'm actually really close to the motorway, but, well, I won't say really close, but I am reasonably close. I mean, you can hear the motorway from this house. So, from that point of view, technically it's worse, because I can hear a motorway, not an A road. But the motorway sounds like waterfall, because all you can kind of hear is shh, and that's it. And it's quite distant, and you can have a really quiet conversation in the garden over the top. It really is really quite distant. And occasionally it's slightly louder if the wind's just so. But also, it can also be really quiet. So, I like it here because there's wild animals and shit, and I quite like that. I'm a bit of a fan for wild animals, and I should have taken that out sooner. Actually, no, I want to leave that in there. Also, idiot, I want to leave that in because that's where I'm going to put the hooks on the way out. This was my idea after the last one, is that I put in the pin to make the point for the square. It's probably not perfect, but you know, give it a bit of a point where the 2 points would normally meet, and I would leave them in so that when I come to pin the other one, there's like the point, and I don't have to try and wrestle the point out of nowhere, which was a lot of the problem. Well, to be honest, the noise of the motorway here is very much like that. It's like a distance waterfall. It's just this like shh noise that you can hear. So it is quite therapeutic. The old house, while it was only a 40-mile-an-hour limit on the road behind the house, it was between two roundabouts. And frankly, everyone and their dog wanted to try and break the land speed record between the two roundabouts. But the roundabouts are, I don't know, not even quarter mile apart. So you're not exactly going to get up to a lot of speed because, well, it's quarter of a mile apart. And they're not like the little daubs of paint roundabouts. These are actual ones with like brick and mud in the middle. Or at least mainly brick, but there is technically some mud in there and signs and, go round this way kind of posts on it. They are reasonably decent, you know, you have to go round them, you can't go over the top roundabouts, right? So you can try and get up to 80 if you like, but you're going to be slammed by the time you even halfway get there. You're slamming your foot on the brakes so you don't drive into the roundabout. So it's a waste of time, frankly, but it doesn't seem to stop them. And so, especially in the summer months when it's a bit hot and you want the window open, all you can hear are the idiots trying to break the land speed record between the two roundabouts. So it was, and of course, Mr. Haw Haw Haw. Now, how do I explain him? He obviously didn't have a job. Now, either he was retired, irrelevant as to why, but the man clearly didn't have a job. Because all night, and I literally mean from 10 o'clock at night till 8 o'clock in the morning, he was in his bedroom with the TV on, and all you'd get was deathly silence and just as you're trying to fall asleep. Imagine that constantly at random points. So just as you're nodding off, just as you're not, oh fuck. And he used to kick his dog around the garden, and the RSPCA didn't want to know. So I was rather pleased to leave, to be honest. This is a much nicer place to live. It's quieter. There is Mrs. Barky Dog out the back, who, frankly, she's on borrowed time, she is. Me and my neighbour kind of have had enough of her and her Barky Dog. We think she works shift work at the hospital. But she's got some dogs and we believe a dog flap. And the dogs bark at literally everybody. Because I won't say it's a public field behind us, but people have... The farmer, the owner doesn't mind, and people walk their dogs. So, of course, as they walk past them, they bark at people. And they come out of the house to come and bark at them. So all you can hear all day for hours is this barking dogs, right? And there's at least 3 of them. One of them's this frigging little white slippery thing. As it turns out, it's called Bailey. And I know this because she stood at the gate going, Bailey! 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 Not moving one friggin' inch while Bailey funks off round the field, and he has just decided that there are better things to be doing than listening to this whiny woman shouting Bailey. And so... And to be honest, even when she is there, she doesn't tell them to shut up. So we live with these dogs barking at us quite a lot. Which does get slightly irritating. Even as dog owners and knowing that dogs bark and, you know, during the day it doesn't bother me quite so much. But occasionally it does get a little too much, if you know what I mean. So she is not popular. My next door neighbours are the nice people. Yeah, I think frankly if we didn't have gun laws in this country, that would have been dealt with. One way or the other, and they have a dog and love dogs dearly, but someone's going to change, and most likely her, to be honest. But yeah, she is thoroughly frustrating. But yeah, I love living here. We, you know, other than Mrs. Barky Dog, and you know, it's not. I mean, it's a problem, but it's not, you know, end of the world. Just occasionally you kind of want to go out there and shout and scream and slap or one, but only occasionally. It's not, you know, it's not constant. It is intermittent, so you know, there are worse things in the world. So yes, I do love this house though. And it's as dark as heck out there now. I want to open the door for the dogs before they start crossing their paws. Actually, let me do that at the end of this stitch. I shall quickly go and do that. So that they can go out in the garden. Right, I'm going to throw dog up and I shall be with you shortly. Yeah. Yeah, we haven't quite got to the freezing cold nastiness, but then, to be honest, the last few years, even at Christmas time, has been quite warm. I remember one Christmas before my dad died. Morning, Nitty Matt. One Christmas over here, while my dad was still alive, my dad and I had some problems around Christmas. Nothing major, but... Well, this one Christmas, normally I used to go down and see my dad for Christmas Day. His family, after all. And I would drive down Christmas Eve, do Christmas Day, and drive back Boxing Day. And I hadn't that year because the previous year, Charlie, my icon, had been bitten by one of his dogs because Charlie walked across the other side of the room. His dog was eating dinner because, oh, bless poor little Pooch. Oh, he won't eat his dinner. Dad, you feed them 5 times a day. He doesn't need that much food. He doesn't eat it because he's not fucking hungry. But my dad would sit there and trying to get him to eat just that little bit more out of his lap and from the bowl, and he'd be hand feeding it. And Charlie walked across the other side of the room, could see that, you know, this was important and not to be involved. And he literally was kind of almost slinking around the outside of the room as far away as he could get. This dog turned round from my dad, ran across the room, bit him, made him bleed. Not a lot, but made him bleed. And my dad shouted at my dog, and it was kind of like, I'm sorry, you did what now? You blamed my dog for that? Oh, well, he came to... No, he didn't come anywhere near him. Oh, fuck off, he did. So I decided that my dogs would not be visiting again, therefore I would only ever go down for the day. And so I was going to go down. I said to my dad, you know, I'll come around Christmas. I didn't expect him to cook dinner and stuff, and, you know, and get stuff in. I'd just come down, visit for, you know, I'd get there like 10 in the morning and I'd leave at like 5 in the afternoon. I'd spend a fair bit of time, but I was not going to visit and stay. So Trevor and I made a deal and we went to a restaurant for lunch, for Christmas dinner. We couldn't be bothered to cook it. We thought we'd pay some other bugger to do it. And I mean, as I've said, I wear these beige jumpers basically 365 days a year. Occasionally not in the height of summer when it's like 30-something degrees, but even then, I still might be wearing my jumper. I did not wear my jumper on that Christmas day. I went to Christmas lunch wearing a t-shirt. It was so flipping warm. It was like 28 degrees on Christmas Day. I'm sorry, that's just not right. That's like Australia kind of issues. Because, of course, Australia have Christmas in their summer. But no, this is the UK. We should have snow. Not frigging 28 degrees and me walking around in a t-shirt. Anyway, I'm going to go and quickly do the dog thing to open the door so that the dogs can frequent the garden as required. I shall be back in just a few minutes. What I might do is throw some adverts in for good measure. Just because, well, if I do that, they won't come in a minute. No, we haven't. As a kid, I remember some on the 25th of November and we had about 5 inches of it. And I went, well, if it came a month later, it would be great for Christmas. Didn't. We have had snow occasionally, but usually when I was due to be at home, the only time we didn't have snow and it was an inconvenience was when I went for my black belt grading. And it had snowed and I had to drive to black belt grading in the snow. But fortunately I had a 4-wheel car, so that was fine. And yeah, it was fun. I shall be back in a second though. As I say, I'm going to throw up some ads, so if you get thrown to ads, don't worry, you're not missing anything. back again. No worries around, Bubble. It's nice to talk to you, if you're still here, of course. So yes, I was really surprised. So I was wandering down the gardens, checked the gate was locked and stuff. How do I explain this? Mr. Bat's out. Now, I don't know where he actually lives. Actually, there's a couple of bats, but I call them all Mr. Bat. Mr. Bat's out having a feed. So I thought it was a bit cold for that. Don't normally see them when it's colder. So, yes. Mr. Bat. He does circles of my garden. Obviously I have the juiciest bugs or something. He does like a figure of 8, like a car circuit around my garden. It's kind of amusing because he doesn't go anywhere else, he just goes around my garden. And it's nice because I get to see him. Occasionally they go down the front, or another one goes down the front. But there's nearly always one. Thanks, Cats in Jammers. As I say, part of me doesn't feel it's a spectator sport particularly, but I'm so glad that you enjoy it, and I'm so glad to have seen you and met you all. So yes, it's been a pleasure. I'm still good for a while, so I'm not quite sure how long I will be on for, but I shall be on for a bit more. After all, I have so much else to do in life. Not. So, yes, nice to meet you though. Feel free to lurk. Lurking is very good. I appreciate that. And obviously all the people who have followed will be able to find out when I go live tomorrow. So. Yes, Rory, I know. I opened the back door for you. Good point. It's take-out night. Did you just knock my light then, Rory? I think you did. One second. I was going to order something for the doggies. Oh, that's better. Don't tell me they can't get back in now. But they could if they tried. I have a thing on the door so it pulls the door too, but I've also got a thing on the door to stop it shutting so that it leaves gaps so that they can open it. But occasionally we're annoying and we decide that we can't open it even though there's no good reason. We just, it's all too much. What? You can get in if you want. Hello, Stitches. Feeling the dogs are pretending they can't get in. Hang on. See, you could if you want. Lazy purse. You are. You lazy. All excited as well. Right. lace making. Tatting's different. Cool. Tatting is done with a tatting shuttle. I do have one, but I moved it so it's not on my desk anymore. Tatting shuttles are about this big. Tatting has a shuttle and you make little loops. It can end up with... Well, actually, it's not that similar, but it's like anything. I think when it's not your hobby, and it's like people who confuse crochet and knitting. When you're a crocheter or a knitter, the blood boils, right? But when you're not, well, you've got a stick and string. I mean, how different can it be, right? And so, from a similar point, tatting is you make a loop, you then make loops and join the loops, but you mainly work in loops, and you have one piece of string. I obviously have many strings and many things, but I do have tatting stuff. I'm just not particularly good at it. I've never really made anything successfully interesting with it. I made a few simple little flowery things, but well, if I don't do lace, I hardly do flowers. So I know the principles, but I am not a tatter. But it's fine. I think it's lace maker. I've never heard never heard people called lacers. I think they're just lace makers. Oh, God's sake, dog's not barking. Shut up, Amy. It is. To be honest, I'm just odd. I'm quite happy with just odd, to be honest. Because that's quite apt, to be fair. I think I need to pile up some more bobbins in sticks. This is getting a little crowded, so let's undo the sliding of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, and you, I need 5 of you can. 1, 2, 3, 4. A pair of you can go in here. So yeah, it's funny how nearly everything is usually so. If you're a spinner, if you spin wool, you're a spinner. If you knit wool, you're a knitter. If you crochet, you're a crocheter. But lace making, I don't think you're a lacer. It's one of those kind of, sheep kind of thing. You're not sheep's is, it's... I've never heard it termed that, but hey, could be wrong. After all, I can't spell my own name half the time, so I'm certainly not one to look for spelling and grammatically correct terminology, so could be very wrong. Far more room. Right. To add some more. Part of the reason I'm trying to keep the half hitch round the top nodule is that's what it's designed for, but also when it comes to the pairs for the cloth stitch, because I kind of chose to fill them up, I kind of need it to stay around the top. She says noticing that the other one hasn't here. One didn't, because it'll try and kind of cling to its friends, and it'll be annoying that way. So hence trying to keep them that way, but they're not really having it. They don't like it. So. What I might do is get to the end of this bit of rose ground. Worry, what are you eating? I hear eating noises. I have not provided you with sustenance. There should not be eating noises. But part of me kind of wants to keep going, because I haven't really moaned about my back too much today because it's been kind of quiet. So part of me kind of says make hay while sun shines, and while back not grumpy make lace. But at the same time it's takeout night and I'm hungry, so then I've got, and I don't really want to eat at you. We tried that the other night. Wasn't unsuccessful, but I'm not sure it was the best of manners. But then at the same time, while I've got some people watching, it also seems rude to stop, so we shall keep going for a while. But if I get too hungry, I may have to at least order food. Mind you, my favourite burger place has decided not to deliver here now, which is slightly irritating. Someone's got hiccups now. So yes, if you're watching and you haven't followed yet, please feel free to do so. I try and do this every day. I have expressed that I'm not convinced this is the best spectator sport, but at the same time, you'll feel free to ask any questions you like. It is, but I tend to be here most days. I try and stream every day. But today and this session are the guaranteed kind of come what may, I will definitely be here sessions. You know, something major has to happen for this one not to happen. Originally, I had plans to take a slight gap between the squares so that it was going to be a kind of, so that my brain wouldn't get too much fatigue from making the same square and the same triangles repeatedly. But as it turned that this square was yesterday's square completed at the end of the stream, and I needed to start a new one, and obviously it was Friday, so I had to stream. Hence, we're making a square. For those who haven't seen, she says, extracting it from its friends. This is the square we made and finished yesterday. Technically, it's upside down. There you go. So this is the one that we made yesterday, and we are making, as you might guess, from the top right-hand corner. There are a lot of triangles to make, because you make it in triangles, and then complete a square, and the square is then done. So as you can see, I'm working this triangle here, and then I'll turn it and make this triangle, then this one, and join it up, and it's a square. So that's what we completed yesterday. They take a while. I think this is 3 or 4. This square's like 3 or 4 weeks worth of lace making, and it's not because I'm super slow. A lot of it is because of the amount of pinning that you need to do. If you didn't have to pin any of it, it would take a hell of a lot less time. But the grand plan is to make a net curtain of 18 squares. Now, they may not actually all end up looking like this. I may change my mind after 4 and do 12 different ones for the outside. Or I may do 12 and make different 4 for the inside. Or I just may make 18... That's only 16, idiot. That's 18. Anyway, whatever. 14. No. Yeah, 12. 12 and 4. But that's 16. So it's 14. You know what I mean. Make the outside ones and change the 4 for the middle. It's Friday. It's been a long week. So there may be different ones in my future. But for now, the plan is 18 identical squares. So brain kind of fatigue on I'm sure I've done this recently is potentially a thing. Hence I was going to take a small gap and do a cross stitch pattern. Only, well, it's Friday, so here I am doing the lacy thing. But it's not the sort, you know, I'm not anti doing it, believe me, don't get me wrong. I really quite like my square. I like how it's turned out. One thing that is kind of surprising about lace is when you handle thread as a whole, it's soft, it's malleable, but when you have the square feels coarser. It feels more like you've starched it, and you haven't. You can, and then of course it's really quite starched. So yes, there are mistakes in it. I'm not going to pretend there aren't. In fact, there's quite a few mistakes in it. Not going to pretend there aren't, but they're all fairly minor in that usually it's a pair that should have been twisted that wasn't. So, for example, that pair there should have been twisted, and that pair there, and that pair there, and there's another one over here somewhere. And there's a few like that, but from a slight distance you don't really notice. And it's not that I'm okay with it having issues. I really would rather it didn't. Hey, Sugar Bear, how you doing? Do you like my square? I made it all pretty. Yeah. So yes, while you know, if you're still here, feel free to follow so that you can catch up. I also let Twitch put up the videos, so you can catch them if you miss them, or I stick them up on YouTube. And so you can catch up with the delights of... Well, I mean, you know, I left it last night as, you know, there were still ends and stuff hanging off it. So, yes, I did tidy the ends off thing, but I didn't... All I really did was snip them. You know, if you don't need to see me cutting some threads. I mean, that's literally all I did. But I chose to do it last night while watching, you know, a bit of TV and streaming afterwards. So, but it is, I am really glad that I'm choosing to document it. But at the same time, you know, there are things in the world you don't need to see. Like last night and this morning, I wound all my bobbins. I put a fair bit on more this time. I mean, it's not overly apparent that there's a fair bit more this time, but there's about a third more thread on all of those, except for the ones that are going to be used for the cloth stitch workers, which got a super amount of thread put on them so that there is no way they're running out in a hurry. And I've probably completely overdone it. I'm not going to pretend that's not a thing. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, come the end of the square it barely has dented it, in which case I'll feel guilty for chucking it all away. But I do have 10 more bobbins, so it's not really a bad 10 more bobbins of yarn. Because remember, this was quite fat. It's kind of skinny now. Yeah, it all went on these bobbins. So I may have overdone it a little bit, but I'd rather overdo it than do too many joins. Although, to be fair, the joins worked out perfectly well. So it's not really a bad thing, but having a bit more to work with at the end is a good thing. And, you know, you don't really want to join, you know, an awful lot of bobbins and it, you know, 3 stitches before the end. So, yeah, I'm happy with how it's turned out. There are certainly more errors than I feel pleased about, but none of them are big ones. None of them, you know, none of it's catastrophic. There is someone who's offered to explain to me, and she has semi-explained to me, although I can't entirely picture it, how to help with the bunny ears after the knotting issue. She says to sew it in rather than just chop the ends to sew the ends in, but in my mind that will make it really quite bulky, because obviously it will be a longer line and there's at least 2 threads per meet, and so that just sounds like a great way to end up with a lot of bulk. So I may have to do a small experiment to see how well that works, because, well, this thread's quite fine, and I think if you had 2 threads joining it all the time, it would show quite a lot. It's a bit like sewing in ends at knitting and things. Is sewing in one end, you know, there's a crap side on knitting, and you can kind of go through all the backward bumps, and it's not visible on the front, and it works out really, really well. But there is no kind of where to hide in lace because it's 99% whole. So I'm a little concerned that it's a nice idea, but surely it shows. Surely it's, you know, surely that's not the answer. And it also seems odd that there aren't really any videos that show that. Everyone does the knot and chop. So there must be a reason for that. So I don't know. But I am prepared to give it a go. You know, there are worse things to do in life. So I may have to, I almost certainly will do that. Just to see how it goes. I also decided that one thing I would do differently here to the last square is I'm putting these pins in between these 2 rose grounds and leaving them there, because I probably didn't whine a lot about it, but I did vaguely mention it, which was that when you get round to the start, these squares, because there's nothing holding the point, because obviously there's a point that forms, the squares that you see on here are not the squares of the rose ground. The square of the rose ground is, the point comes, let me zoom in and let me see if I can explain this a bit better. Maybe let's move it down to there. So let me get a pokey pointy stick. Right, so let me make a bit of a hole here. This rose ground here, these become part of the circle. The points live in between the 2 sides. So this square is this way up, not that way up. So it's 45 degrees off. Well, it's actually less than that, isn't it? Anyway, well, no, it is 45 degrees off to what that looks like. And as a result of which, if the point's missing, it tends to flatten. And so I have decided, you know, I decided that I would put a pin in where the point is and leave it there, so that when I come round from the other side, so when we finish this one, there is something that the point is already singled out, and all I have to do is take the pin out and poke my stick through the hole, right? I don't have to try and dig out the point, because on this one, if you look very carefully, let me zoom in again, she says, having just zoomed out. If you look carefully along this section here, you can see that these squares are flattened because there was no edge to it. And although your brain kind of says that they're squares, they're not as squarey as the squares. They're more squish. So to try and make them a bit more square, I'm opting for a pin to hold that point in the corner, so that they hold their shape a little bit better. So that's where I'm at with these. So yes, we're doing all right, really. But as I was saying, if you follow, you'll get notified tomorrow when I fire up online, which is not a bad thing. And obviously, I will make no demands that you attend, because I'm not mean and horrible. But I appreciate everyone who comes. I do. Which is why I ask you to say hi, so I can say hello to you and talk to you. Sugar Bear, I also updated my picture so that when I do this, that's the actual one, not the previous one. So it's the template. It is the first, but it is the square of choice. So which allows you all to stare at my mistakes in its great and gloriousness. So yes, I thought that was slightly appropriate, because obviously showing the previous one, which was reasonably apt, as it was the inspiration, and it was a nice graphic to have, because it is at least similar, but this is the actual square we're making, so I thought I would stick it on there. Yeah, there's plenty of them. In fact, there's a few more than I kind of thought there were. But, you know, we did our best. We are not, we are human. We are not machine. We make mistakes. We try not to, but we are human. Well, mostly. And I think I'm human. I'm sure my work colleagues doubt this, but well, I know a few of my friends certainly doubt it. But as far as I know, I'm human. So mistakes are sadly, I won't say inevitable, but likely is definitely a word for it, no matter how much I try not to. And as we all know, I went back and fixed a fair few, so, I did try. And as I say, I don't deliberately make mistakes. I'm just naturally talented at it. Maybe by the end I'll actually be decent enough that there won't be any. Or by then I'll have got my brain will have got fatigued with it and make even more. We'll soon see. Well, not necessarily that soon, I guess, but we'll find out as we get there, I suppose. bit of a sore toe. I have an ingrowing toenail that's trying to kill me at the moment. In fact, it's rather painfully trying to kill me at the moment. Don't know what's wrong with it. Been taking care of it and being nice to it and soaked it in anti-germ stuff and all sorts of things, but it just seems to be annoyed. At the moment it feels like it's burning, which is not a good sign. That could be because the blood's kind of coming back to it or something, I suppose. Maybe it went to sleep and didn't tell me. How have you got to this state, Mr. Bobbin? How have you done this? Go away. Now, what are we doing? Number pin. End of the rose ground section. Time to stick, I think. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three. Stick. Stick. In fact, we'll stick you together for the moment. Pull you up. We will pass you round and you round and grab you, and we need some of you as well. So we'll untwist you and we will put you up there like that, out of the way. We'll unstick you. You can go down. you, Regardmore. You're allowed to lurk. We welcome all lurkers, and we welcome questions too. Questions are good. Lurking is also good. So, you know, it is a very valid hobby. Just trying to untangle some of these, because that's always how this works out. I need you two. And you've come off your thing. Remember I complained about the state of these bobbins? See, it's all slid up from this one. Even though I wound them really carefully to make sure they were nice and tight and would be good. But no, it's gone naughty. Right. So let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's all of them. I think you two would come out. So let's think about this. Yes, I'm comfortable that is the right decision. So let's stonk to the bottom of this. Pin. You go up there like that. Now, you are the next pair of bobbins. You need a twist. That's a good point. This Amazon man was supposed to have been here 2 hours ago. I wonder if he came and was very quiet. There's Amazon man round here off and on. Oh yes, he did apparently. He ninja'd it to the front door. You have tangled in a way that only you can, but we'll sort it out when we get to you, I think, because you're good at that. Right, stonkety stonk. And then I need you two. Thanks for following. It'll help you know when I come online, because I do try and do this every day. But today is the one guaranteed time that I will definitely be here. But I do try and stream every day because, well, we've got 18 of these squares to make, and because it's not a fast project, I don't want to still be doing this when I retire. So it is in my own interest to... This bobbin's got a flat patch on it, and it means that unwinding it's awkward. But it does mean that I should be here most days, unless something crops up of tragic or otherwise, like I'm sick or something. I think I've missed 1 day so far, and that was after a bit of a disaster, and I needed a bit of a chill moment. but other than that, we're doing fine. So. I am kind of cheating. So in this particular stitch, I'll demonstrate kind of what I'm supposed to do and explain why I do what I do. It makes no odds. It is a shortcut in essence. I'm doing a thing called cloth stitch, which involves in the standard kind of cloth that you see kind of everywhere, which is the over under alternating across the thing. But to achieve it with bobbins, the general stitch is deemed to be, and it uses 4 at a time, so 2 pairs. It goes cross, twist, cross. So basically these two change places, kind of doing the undery overy thing, right? But knowing that they do undery overy, and being a bit of a weaver, my brain said, well, that's 3 moves. What I actually need is 1. Now they're 1 stitch apart, so now they can move in unison. So they do. And they go under and over and under and over and under. And that one catches up. And now I've done all of them under and overy just as they need. And it's a lot quicker and a lot more efficient. And I have always explained this to people. If you need to find an efficient way of doing something, find the laziest person you know. A lazy person will find a way of completing a job that, you know, if it's mandatory, they will find a way of doing the job in the shortest possible time with the least amount of effort. Actually, I've missed a pair. Hang on. I didn't add my pair. welcome. Bin. But that's right, I need to add these two on the end. That's right, you lose one side, gain some the other, and it's how you move diagonally. But not necessarily. Lazy people are not stupid. Lazy people are often really intelligent, because we all know, think about when you were a kid and your mother or your father said, go tidy your room. You spent hours, it felt like blood, sweat and tears, and your parent would come along and go, but you haven't done anything. And to you, you'd put hours of effort in it. Because, well, you probably had. You'd moved loads of stuff around, but you hadn't actually made it tidier. The lazy person realises that, you only really want to move something once. The lazy person realises that you don't really want to be doing this for hours because you didn't want to do it in the first place. So the lazy person naturally is drawn to the simplest, most efficient way of doing something, because they don't want to do it for any more effort or time than they want to do. So rather than always employing the most brightest, the most enthusiastic, you actually want people who don't want to do it. You want lazy people who don't want to do it but know that they've got to, for they will find the most least painful, boring, dull, long-winded, annoying way of doing it. And very quickly and very efficiently. And it is almost to that extent that stems from, is that I am one of those people. My natural method of existence is, I would not do a lot of things if they were not compulsory. And this is looking weird. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I thought I'd done more than I had, but there we go. 4, 5. It just looks more than 5 pairs of bobbins for some reason. So yeah, it is that kind of, we've got it down. We know how it is. And as long as it's something you've done, or similar to something you've done before, you will know there are corners that you can trim. Because we all know that cutting corners can be a bad thing. But there are times when cutting the corner is not a bad thing. And in this case, it turns out that it ends up absolutely the same. There is no downside. It doesn't come out close enough. It is exactly the same. But you stonk across rather than creep across. Surely this is a good thing. So I do this one differently because I've got a pair I want to pull out, and I like to consciously pull the pair out, otherwise my brain forgets that I've done so. Let me stick some of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so, it is that kind of, I need to consciously be aware, otherwise you end up with the wrong number of bobbins and cursing and shenanigans later. And don't get me wrong, you can still screw it up. So, it's still very possible to screw it up. And these sticks are not as glorious as they could be, but they're not bad. So, stick, swivel out the way. Don't need you either. And because I do weaving, they literally do the under the ovary bit, and well, so it's right. And it's all it needs to achieve. So, there are some pictures on YouTube, and even as someone who knows how this works, right? And so I know that the bobbins, like my cheat for cloth stitch, right, is even knowing that there's a picture of a woman and she just seems to be flicking them like this. She doesn't seem to be going over or under anything. She just seems to be doing this. But you can see the laces being made. And even I sit there going, I can't even see how that works. It just kind of almost is too much, if you know what I mean. I'm slightly confused because normally I thought I had 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I do. Okay. Brain crisis averted, because we all know that I overthink this process. So let's not be falling for that shit again, because we spent hours working it out and we know that this works. We just, brain cells are going and yeah, brain cells need to shut up and just live with the fact that it works. So, cross those over. Those. But yeah, that video of the woman, she literally just looks like she's doing literally almost this. Isn't that kind of, my dad always said about some of the great pianists who were like comedic pianists, and they go on stage and they deliberately misplay music. And my dad actually said to me, it takes far more skill to deliberately misplay something than it does to play it right. And my, as a child, it's, struggling to play your piece of music right. Your brain's going, rubbish, utter rubbish. It's hard. You've got, to get it right, you've got to be absolutely right. You've got to be perfect. No, it is actually hard. I mean, as a music teacher, I did a bit of music teaching as a kid. I volunteered. I sat there and I deliberately played like a flat instead of a normal note or something, to try and encourage my students to keep going, irrelevant of what other people did. God, it was really hard because I knew it was wrong. And even though it was a really simple piece of music, I mean, these people weren't even up to grade 1 standard, but even a real kind of like, Merrily We Roll Along kind of thing, or Mary Had a Little Lamb for other people, right? I never knew it was Mary Had a Little Lamb, so it was all in tune a day. It was Merrily We Roll Along, so that's how I know it. But it's like 3 notes, and if you constantly play one of them wrong, it's so hard, especially when they're all laughing and stopping, and now you've got to keep going, we've got to keep going, because it could be in an orchestra or playing in front of people. You've got to keep going, irrelevant of what the dude next to you does. And it was so hard playing the wrong ones. Oh, it was. I never appreciated how right my dad was until that day. He was proper right, though. It is really hard to constantly make a mistake knowing it is a mistake. Especially in music. I didn't want to come back. How's that? I feel like that's a wrong thing. Something is wrong. Aha! I see what's wrong. I missed a hole. It's fixable, people. Panic not. This pin needs to move up a hole. Depends which key you're playing it in. Actually, I'm going to have to undo this. It'll be easier. Yeah. We always started with a B, so we started on the A string, but, just to confuse you, I can play nearly any musical instrument in an orchestra, and Mary Had a Little Lamb, or Merrily We Roll Along is pretty much the tune. I can guarantee you I can play on anything that's capable of tunes. Some instruments I'm better at than others. So I've got grade 8 flute. I gave up at violin at grade 5, but I think I did 6 actually. I think I got to 6 on violin, and then kind of managed to wheedle my way out of it. You are more crossed than I gave you credit for. There you go. You're still crossed. This is kind of weirding me out in that it's not quite how I expected. There we go. So everybody's sorted. You are not part of this yet. You come out of that. Sometimes you have to go back because if the tension, because obviously you tension your work slightly as you go, if the tension is enough, you can't stretch the pin back to a previous spot, so you have to kind of undo it. Hello! I finished a square. Look. I finished a square. There it is. That's my progress. I finished a square. And now we're starting on another square. Don't worry, I've got plenty to go. But I have finished a square. So I'm feeling slightly proud of myself because I have my actual square. First one completed. We don't talk about the mistakes. If you spot mistakes, you are by watching this stream, you are compelled to silence. Cause shut up. I don't care if you can see mistakes. Shut up. I don't want to know because I've seen them too, and I'm pretending they don't exist. So shut up. Those kind of problems. But we're currently having to undo because I missed a hole, and the tension was sufficient that it meant I couldn't skip back the pin very well. So I am just undoing to point of fixability. Just because, well, that's the thing. Good. We're pleased to hear that. Because we all know that there are mistakes. We saw some while we were making it, and we pointed most of them out. But to be fair, from a slight distance, you don't really notice. You have to be pretty close to it. And most of them are in like the ground or the join changing of stitches, and I didn't twist a pair and I should have done. There is nothing bigger than that in there, so there's no, half a row's ground corner missing or anything of that kind of size. So from that point of view, we are pleased because obviously that matters. Because, well, it does matter, because it does. Really should wind these up a bit. They're a bit long now. Right. You. And I find I only really see a lot of them because of the angle you sit at inevitably, because you can't sit kind of looking down at it more like this camera. You sit at it at quite an angle, and the pins really do hide a lot of the work. That it's only really when you take the pin out that you actually spot proper, real fuck-ups. And that's not what you want to do. You want to spot them now. I mean, this one I spotted because I got to the corner and I shouldn't have got to the corner. And so my brain kind of went, that's not right. How did I end up at the corner when I shouldn't be at the corner yet? And then it looked back and spotted that I'd missed a pin. So, hence, here we are. And I couldn't stretch the pin because it was a bit far back, so I decided to fix it properly and come back and get all the bobbins and check they're still twisted and do this bit again because it's not like it takes forever. But yeah, we all know there are going to be mistakes. The question is can you live with them? And as long as they're tiny and there are a slight lack of twist somewhere, the answer is probably. Now, obviously, there are times when that's not going to work, such as if you've got colours involved and it's meant your colours are going on wonky. But then if your colours are going on wonky, chances are you saw it anyway, you just don't know how you did it. One thing I have considered is that while I'm making white ones now, that the cloth stitch worker pair could arguably, in some of the other ones, say the inner ones or the outer ones, yet to be decided, could become coloured ones to give it a little bit of variety, and that could be a thing, but right here, right now, probably not. Actually, I want to discard you two before I start making more mistakes, because that's the other one. You undo a mistake only to then walk slap bang into a different one. That's kind of up my alley. We've done a couple of those and had to redo something a couple of times because I screwed it up. So we don't really want to be doing that if we can help it. So hence we are undoing, we are fixing. Casting you out. But definitely missing twists seems to be a personal favourite mistake to make, and it almost doesn't seem to matter how much I check and try really hard to be right. It seems that I am very capable of still being very, very, very wrong. But never mind, we try very hard. I'm trying not to make mistakes and I'm trying to fix them should I see them. But of course I've still got to see them to fix them. There we go. That's better. Now I'm in the corner. And that makes some sense. There we go. So. Now the question is, it's 6:15 and my stomach is beginning to kind of feel like my throat's cut. Do I do a little more? Or do I kind of give up for today and do more tomorrow? My back is beginning to complain slightly, but it has also been just over 4 hours, so it's doing pretty well on that front. What I could do is do this little bit of cloth stitch, because that won't take a huge amount of time. What? Did you find a spider? Did you? Did you chase it? Or did you eat it? Brown one. You certainly did something, because Rory leapt over. Oh, I think Rory's eating it. You must have found it, and he must be eating it. Rory, what are you doing? Oh, gross animal. Right. So let's then stick these as appropriate, so that we can progress this side. 1, 2, 3, 4. And one of you, for good measure. And while we're doing this, we can decide whether we are continuing or giving up for the day. 4 hours is not a bad shout, after all. It is reasonable. Why are you being so long? Sort of a little bit. There you go. Stop licking my damn stuff, dogs. My dogs have a real habit of licking my clothes, my cushion, or the duvet we all hide under. And it's gross, because then there's wet bits, and I get to snuggle down, and then I put my hand and find that it's a really big fat wet bit. Yes. I don't care. No, I don't. What? I think I know what it is. It's doggy dinner time. So I think what I will do then, before I get eaten alive, I think perhaps. Actually, they wouldn't do that. They're not that mean. But what I will do is I will slide these around here in preparation. I may do a short stream later. Give it a couple of hours, maybe a couple of hours. Maybe I will come back and do a bit more and do this ground bit here and maybe some of that. And because, you know, going's good. But I'm hungry. Dogs are hungry. I think a break is reasonably well deserved. I do feel slightly bad because obviously there are people watching and there seems to be potentially maybe even 11 of you. And that's kind of an all-time high so far. So, feeling slightly self-conscious that I don't want you all to run away, but at the same time, can't make you stay. So, it's not ideal, but I do feel some food is required for at least the dogs and my good self. So, now is potentially the best time to do that and come back at, say, 8 o'clock or so with round 2 for an hour and a bit. The hardest part for me is the uploads afterwards because my internet is crap. And so it can take a really, really long time. This 4-hour session will probably take it 2-3 hours. So if I put it up now, it may not even have finished by 8 o'clock. So, yeah, it's chronic, isn't it? So I think that's what we'll do. We'll stop for now. And as I say, I apologise greatly. But I need food. Dogs need food. We're going to do it at some point. So I think now's good. Cover everything up. Make sure that it's all, you know, safe and sound. Put my little brown cloth of happiness over everything. And we shall come back later. Probably, almost certainly later. I can't see why I wouldn't come back later. Let's put it that way at this time. Coming back seems like a good plan. So yes, I'll have some food and probably a couple of hours. So that, you know, a couple of hours would take us to 8:20, but somewhere in that region, around the 8 o'clock kind of mark, I will endeavour to be here once again for round 2. We've done quite a few round 2s after all. So, but yes, thank you all so much for coming. Follow if you want to catch me on the way next time, or you know, obviously, if you subscribe, you don't get ads, but not expecting anyone to subscribe. So follows are good. Follows are free after all. Lurkers are very welcome. I mean, chatters are great because obviously I don't feel quite so alone, but lurkers are good. It's nice to know that there are people out there. So if nothing else, say hi and lurk. That's definitely a good plan. But yes, I shall be back, I think, probably around about 8 o'clock. But I'm hungry. So I shall see you later. Bye.